됐습니다. 예, 지금 방송 중입니다. 예, 시간이 되었으므로
Now it is time to start our forum today. Please take your seats. And thank you for being with us despite your busy schedule. I am a director of research at Korea Institute of National Unification. My name is Lee Sang-il. And we have gathered here to take stock of some important topics, including under the theme of the new Korean Peninsula regime and peace economy. This event has been funded by National Research Council, and we have done research on translating the vision of new Korean Peninsula regime into reality, and today's conference will serve as an occasion to announce the result of this discussion and research. I'd like to thank all the funders and those who were involved in this work. And few logistics on the event. We are currently, the Korean government is implementing the first stage of social distancing, which means that we should be very prudent and observing sanitary or hygiene guidelines. And Ko Yo-han, the president of KINU, will deliver his congratulatory remarks. I'd like to invite President Ko Yo-han to deliver his congratulatory remarks on behalf of Korea Institute of National Unification.
네, 안녕하십니까?
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of the participants here who are gathered in person, as well as all of our participants who are joining us online via YouTube. The division of the Korean Peninsula and what we call the East Asian paradox are generating a high-cost structure for the Korean Peninsula and the region, and must be resolved as they feature as the greatest obstacles to a dynamics of cooperation towards peace and prosperity. The initiative for a new Korean Peninsula regime is a vision for the future and a historical perspective that will shape a cooperative East Asian order and bring about the dissolution of the division on the peninsula. The initiative for a new Korean Peninsula regime aims to move away from the passive Cold War order that dominated the past 100 years to go towards an active peace order. A peace economy for the Korean Peninsula and East Asia, which will function as a virtuous cycle between peace and the economy, will be an engine for the new Korean Peninsula regime, as well as its orientation. Through a peace economy, we can identify new growth engines for the Korean economy, as well as a catalyst for the development of the DPRK economy and East Asian economic cooperation. A peace economy is the path towards mutual existence and prosperity for Korea and East Asia in the post-COVID era. COVID-19 has made us realize that we are confronting new threats to human security. Nuclear disasters, climate change, microfine dust, cyber terrorism are all non-traditional security threats. To overcome these threats, all nations and all humanity must cooperate together. When many countries are closing their doors and engaging in isolationist disease control measures, Korea has been successful in its disease control with its inclusive and transparent attitude towards COVID-19 disease control. Cross-border global cooperation is the only path for us to respond to common threats against humanity, not just COVID-19. The division of the Korean Peninsula and the East Asian paradox are featuring as a daily crisis for everyone living in this region. Realizing peace and happiness for all individuals within a healthy, thriving community is the single most important objective for a new Korean Peninsula regime and peace economy in Korea and East Asia. To that end, the two Koreas and all nations in East Asia must cooperate towards peace and prosperity. Denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, permanent peace, and new inter-Korean relations will bring about a complete end to the division of the Korean Peninsula and structurally dismantle the tensions surrounding the peninsula and the region. This is the reason we must realize the Korean Peninsula peace process And an end-of-war declaration is meaningful in that it will function as an irreversible gateway towards that peace process. Today, we are gathering in a spirit of collective intelligence towards a new Korean Peninsula regime and peace economy in Korea and East Asia. What's more significant is that we are in the presence of experts from Korea, China, and Japan. This fact itself is a highly positive development for the future of the Korean Peninsula and East Asia as we head towards peace and prosperity. We must fundamentally do away with the tensions surrounding the peninsula and East Asia and usher in a new era. We must dream of a future of harmonious coexistence and mutual prosperity among the Korean Peninsula, China, and Japan. To Chung Se-hyun, Executive Vice Chairperson of the NUAC, our keynote speaker, Minister Lee In-young of Unification, the Secretary General of the NRC, and the Venerable Pomyun Snim from the Peace Foundation, who has traveled from Gyeongju to be with us today, Tadatoshi Akiba, former mayor of Hiroshima City, Chiang Yi-jin, professor of Yanbian University, and others joining us for the panel discussion. Thank you very much. I hope that today we will pool our wisdom towards a new peninsula for peace and prosperity and the creation of a new order in East Asia. Thank you.
That was opening remarks from Go Yu-won, President of KINU. Our next speaker is Lee In-young, Minister of Unification, who will address you through a video clip. Good afternoon. I'm In-young, Minister of Unification of the RK government. Welcome to the new Korean Peninsula Regime and Peace Economy Global Symposium. And I'd like to thank Go Yu-han, President of KINU, and all the officials of the organization for preparing this event. And I would also like to express my gratitude to Gil Hong-gun, Secretary General of National Research Council of Korea, and Mr. Chung Se-hyun, Executive Vice Chairperson of National Unification Advisory Council, for your help in organizing this event. And I'd also like to thank the presence of experts from Korea, China, and Japan. And the new Korean Peninsula regime stands for our upper aspiration, which will carry us forward 100 years hence. In the March 1st, on the occasion of March 1's Independence Day, President Moon laid out the vision of new Korean Peninsula regime, which puts people, humans, at the front and center so that everyone can go about their lives and engage in compassionate cooperation and engagement, thereby constructing a collective community in Northeast Asia. Peace economy constitutes a core strategy of carrying forward this vision. Building a permanent platform for peace and connecting the two Koreas internationally would expand the domestic market and elevate our economy to an even higher level. And not only that, advancing peace and economic development could go hand in hand along with the development of the Korean Peninsula and the global community. And Asian countries with different social economic backgrounds nonetheless rallied around the flag of solidarity through ASEAN. Similarly, European coal and steel community allowed European countries to march toward the road towards common peace and prosperity. Likewise, the peace economy will connect maritime and continental countries, which will allow us to create a platform for co-prosperity in Northeast Asia, which will broaden and deepen integration in the region. The new Korean Peninsula regime will carry us forward in the next 100 years, and the new Korean Peninsula regime and peace process have already been embarked upon. But achieving a permanent peace and building a full-fledged North Korean Peninsula regime are long-term goals that will require our attention in the years forward. However, even the most grand ambition will start from a very small step, which means that the inter-Korean collective effort from the ground up will help us to usher into carrying out our vision. And we have made some impressive achievements in healthcare, and the Korean government's achievement in healthcare would also help us to carrying such accomplishments into other areas. The points agreed by the leaders of the two Koreas through Panmunjom Declaration and Pyeongchang Declaration, particularly in modernizing railway, will create new momentum for DPRK's denuclearization, among other important initiatives. Admittedly, these are very challenging tasks, but I think these are doable and these visions must be carried out, and it is indeed our responsibility and our mandate to turn these visions into reality. Distinguished guests, Cold War constraints and some other factors must be overcome so that we can build a new platform for peace and prosperity on the Korean Peninsula. Your strong interest from both home and abroad and your active participation will go a long way towards translating our ambition into concrete facts on the ground. And today's conference will help us to gather our wisdom to advance the new Korean Peninsula regime and peace economy. I'd like to thank once again the KINU for organizing this event and wish every one of you success. Thank you for listening.
예, 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you very much. We'll now like to hear from Kil Hong-gun, Secretary General of NRC Korea, for his congratulatory remarks.
예, 여러분 반갑습니다.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to meet you. I've just been introduced. I'm the Secretary General of the NRC. My name is Kil Hong-gun. I would like to first of all say that COVID-19 has brought about many challenges to all of us. But despite that, we are here for the 2020 KINU Global Symposium on the new Korean Peninsula regime and peace economy. So for that, I would like to thank the president of KINU and all the organizers for their tireless efforts in organizing this very important occasion. Recently, we've all been struck by COVID-19, which has completely overhauled the lives of everyone living in the world, and it has also changed global economy and the international global order. In that context, the political situation on the Korean Peninsula is also facing an important inflection point. Because of COVID-19, we've seen arms race in Northeast Asia, nuclearization and denuclearization talks between U.S. and DPRK, and various other security situations, both regionally and globally. To confront and overcome these challenges, we have to take step-by-step measures to achieve a new Korean Peninsula regime. Most of all, we have to work towards coexistence and co-prosperity for Northeast Asia and the Korean Peninsula to bring about peace and stability in the region. Over the past 100 years, we have lived in what we call a Cold War era. However, with this new Korean Peninsula regime, we will engage in an active peace regime or an active peace order for the coming 100 years. The new Korean Peninsula regime is also part and the core element of the peace process in the Korean Peninsula. The peace economy will allow us to generate new growth engines for the Korean economy and drive economic development for the Korean Peninsula as a whole and allow for a win-win situation for everyone living in Northeast Asia. The three countries, CJK countries, have sent in their best minds and experts here today for us to discuss the new Korean Peninsula regime and peace economy. I hope that this will bring about international consensus on the importance of such a regime and a peace economy so that we can provide more momentum for more discussions of a peace process in the Korean Peninsula, which is currently at a stalemate. Towards a new Korean Peninsula regime and a peace economy, we have to have inter-Korean cooperation as well as the cooperation of all the stakeholder nations in Northeast Asia. The CJK countries represented here today, I hope that we can discuss more about trilateral cooperation and peace in Northeast Asia. And I hope that this symposium will contribute towards the establishment of a solid foundation towards that end. Once again, I would like to thank all of the organizers, especially at KINU, the president of KINU, Ko Yuhan, for organizing this important global symposium. I know that we have participants here both offline and online. I would like to thank Lee In-young, the Minister of Unification, Mr. Chung Se-hyun, Baek Hak-sun, Director, and Tadadoshi Akiba, former mayor of Hiroshima City, Venerable Pomyul Snim, Chang Yi-jin, professor of Yanban University, and the former Minister of Unification. Thank you very much for coming here despite your busy schedules. With that, I hope for the success of this KINU Global Symposium. Thank you.
Yes.
And that was a congratulatory remarks from Kil Hoon-gun from NRC Korea. Our next speaker is Chung Se-hyun, Executive Vice Chairperson of National Unification Advisory Council, who will deliver his keynote speech. Good afternoon. The new Korean Peninsula regime and peace economy are the topics of today's conference. I was invited to deliver a keynote speech, and I put a lot of thought on what ideas I should share with you. How should we advance the new Korean Peninsula regime? Or I might give you a broad overview of the Korean Peninsula regime, or I could have put most focus on peace economy, but I decided to share my personal experiences. I joined the Ministry of Education in 1977, and I retired from the Ministry of Education in 2004. And in the intervening years, I have worked as a government official, and I was at the front line of advancing the cause of unification. And since the 1970s, functionalist approach or functionalist integration approach should be applied to unification. There was some call among scholars of adopting unification theory on the situation in Korean Peninsula, but this was just views from academics because Korea was at the time in the 1970s under the authoritarian rule. So functionalist approach was not feasible, but the situation changed since the 1990s due in part to a domestic political change, and Kim Il-sung was the president in the early 1990s, and Korea proposed to send 150,000 tons of rice to North Korea, and that offer gave us a clue that the sentiment from North Korea very much changed. So Korea offered to provide food assistance to North Korea, and North Korea was surprisingly acceptive. It even asked for the aid of fertilizers and other farm equipment. So North Korea was much more forthcoming than we have expected. That was what we have heard from North Korea in Beijing's negotiation, and that convinced me that economy can advance peace, and that showed a vivid evidence, a living proof of the validity of functionalist theory. And since 1998, when Kim Dae-jung took office, a Korean government pursued the Sunshine Policy. And South Korea sent rice and fertilizer to the DPRK on a regular basis. And for about 10 years, and out of 10 years during Roh Moo-hyun and Kim Dae-jung presidency, we have sent fertilizers and rice to DPRK for about 6 years. Out of the 10 years during Roh Moo-hyun and Kim Dae-jung presidency. So instead of resorting to hostile acts, DPRK became much more cooperative in other areas as well to get fertilizers and rice. And I was very much persuaded by functionalist theory, and indeed I was convinced that economy could bring peace, but situation made another abrupt turn. In the 2000s, North Korea tested its nuclear missile, fired a ballistic missile, so economy can bring peace became a much more empty a slogan, because without conducive political climate, there would be no room for economy to advance peace. And if geopolitical constraints weigh down on the situation in the Korean Peninsula, then the small-scale inter-Korean cooperation will not do much. That was a lesson I realized later on. And then Moon Jae-in took office. So in the past, economy brings peace, but this was reversed during the Moon Jae-in administration. Peace can bring economic development was a mantra, and that was a vision of Moon Jae-in administration. So building peace can help North Korea develop its economy. And there was talks of entrenching peace between the two Koreas. And that explains the rise of the vision of new Korean Peninsula regime. And to put all of these developments into context, we have to take stock of the situation of the neighboring countries, and these countries are mired in a very complex web of relationship. If you look at the U.S.-China relationship, Henry Kissinger observed that we are riding on the hills of, or climbing the hills of a new Cold War system. We may be reaching the peak of the Cold War structure or Cold War framework, and this may not be as serious as the Cold War from the 1950s to 1980s between the Soviet Union and the United States, but it would pose a lot of challenges, if not more challenges, to us, this new Cold War, which also would put a heavy constraint on inter-Korean relations. And another factor that we must consider is the denuclearization of North Korea, and the United States think that it must enlist China to denuclearize North Korea. So it is trying to the United States is pressuring China in some respects, and it is unrealistic to expect that China then would reciprocate in denuclearizing North Korea. And we have a guest, former mayor of Hiroshima today, and Hiroshima stands for peace in Japan. So Japan, there are a lot of peace-minded people, but I cannot but point out to Prime Minister Abe, and politicians like Abe are dominant in Japanese politics. They are the mainstream, in which case the situation in Northeast Asia may not be very conducive to unification. And we have the successor to Prime Minister Abe, the newly inaugurated Prime Minister Suga. And the situation in Korean Peninsula, if it turns serious, if we have a wartime situation, then Japan might send its troops, the self-defense forces, to the Korean Peninsula. And in that case, we might interpret the Japanese, such movement of the Japanese sending its troops to South Korea as not being very friendly to Korean unification, and Russia does not have a lot of skin in the game, at least in the Far East. It does have some interest in developing the Far Eastern region, but it is more incumbent upon us for the two Koreas to work together, and targeting the market of Vladivostok or the Far East may be in Russia's interest, but Russia may not take the initiative of making the first move in bringing the two Koreas together economically. So the new Korean peace regime, it is up to the two Koreas to advance this cause, and I think we should make this an irreversible change. And this is a very important cause that must be taken up by everyone, but it is, I know, easier said than done, because the situation is highly fluid, uncertain, and it is very difficult to untangle all these complex equations. And North Korea celebrated its 75th anniversary of the foundation of Workers' Party on October 11th, and Kim Jong-un delivered a speech at the occasion. And that gave a hope, however small it may be. Kim's speech gave us hope, or small evidence, however small it may, gave evidence, however small it may be, that we can promote the New Korean peace Peninsula regime because Kim Jong-un said addressed South Koreans as compatriots, and overcoming the current pandemic health crisis indeed could help bring the two Koreas together. So those were the words from Kim Jong-un. And that suggested that private cooperation in the private sector is where North Korea is more interested in. Kim Jong-un again addressed South Koreans as compatriots. Of course, private engagement needs government approval. There are a lot of ifs that must be fulfilled before we can see concrete progress in private partnership. But we can rekindle the validity of functionalist theory. Of course, North Korea is subject to sanction by the international community imposed by the United Nations, but at least we can provide humanitarian assistance to North Korea. So if North Korea doesn't like the word assistance, we can cooperate with North Korea on humanitarian grounds. So that will represent a starting point, initiating inter-Korean cooperation. And however, United States might insist that denuclearization should come first before the two Koreas cooperate. So the United States may raise opposing voices to Korean government's move, whoever may be the president, whether it is the next president is Biden or President Trump. But I think a Korean at least can do something. And Korea should be patient, and if our movements are opposed by the United States, we should not be necessarily discouraged or disappointed or give up for good, because if Korea really insists, then the United States might be persuaded, at least that is the experience that I've learned. And if children insist, then parents may first refuse to meet the children's demand or request. But if children, let's say, cry or are very insistent, then the parents cannot but meet their children's demand. Similarly, if we are very strong in insisting on the need for cooperation, then we might be able to persuade the United States, and our patience, our efforts may pull off or pay dividends in the long term. That is the logic that we can use to persuade the United States, because it will take too long for the next president to inaugurate for all the foreign. And Kim Jong-un was very optimistic and very friendly in his words, addressing Koreans as compatriots, that the two Koreas work together at least in fighting the pandemic. And we cannot, at least we can do some groundwork before the United States get interested after the election. And in the intervening period, before the United States is fully prepared to be involved in denuclearization, the two Koreas can work together to create groundwork for cooperation. That may be the logic or rationale that we can use to persuade the United States. And we should also take stock of the interest of China and Japan. We had Prime Minister Abe, followed by the newly inaugurated Prime Minister Suga. And there are some vexing issues between the DPRK and Japan, including the abductees. And this is a very sensitive topic for Japan, but it may impede the negotiation between the DPRK and Japan, because the DPRK thinks that the abductee issue has already been settled back in 2002, and in the eyes of the DPRK, coming up with this abductee issue again and again would not necessarily signal a positive signal from Japan. So this is the point that we should recognize, and we should persuade Japan as such. And Suga has at least politically, in political spectrum, is a little different from Prime Minister Abe, but I hope that Suga may be more peace-minded, in which case Japan can make positive contribution to the cause of unification. Last, we should also look at the interest of China. I think China is broadly interested in unification, but there is the problem with U.S.-China tension, and we should balance our relationship, our case relationship with both the United States and China, in which case China would not be hostile to the new Korean peace regime. It might be even friendly and assist in our quest to promoting a new Korean peace regime. I think I've used most of my time, so I will finish here. And thank you for being so patient and listening for my speech, which was 20 minutes long. Again, thank you.
Thank you very much for the opening addresses and the congratulatory addresses. Before we begin the first session, we'd like to have a group photo session. I'd like to ask all the VIPs to come forward for a group photo before we go into the first session.
사회장 계셔야 되잖아. 더 빼?
예, 잠시 후인 2시 10분.
We will begin at 2:10.
예, 곧 회의를 시작하겠습니다.
We will begin shortly. May I ask everyone to please take your seats.
제가 저 소개를 드리면 예, 그럼 앉아 계셔도 되면 소개를 드리겠습니다. 예. 저 1세션
And could the participants of the first session, panelists, discussants, come forward to take the seats at the front at the podium? I'd like to invite the discussants and panelists to take your seats at the podium, at the stage.
예, 착석하시는 대로 곧장.
And as soon as the panelists and discussants take their seats at the stage, we will start the first session.
예, 그럼 회의를
Now we will start the first session. Thank you for your patience. In session 1, or the topic of session 1 is the new Korean Peninsula regime and peace, economy in Korean Peninsula and East Asia, which will be the topics of presentations and discussions. And the first session will be moderated by Park Sun-sung, professor at Dongguk University. Good afternoon. A pleasure to meet you all. KINU has organized today's conference on the new Korean Peninsula regime and peace economy. And our first presentation will cover the new Korean Peninsula regime and peace economy. That was the topic of the first presentation. And we would try to identify the hyphen or the middle point between Northeast Asia and the Korean Peninsula. We will identify any room for maneuver that may exist between Northeast Asia and Korea. We have three presenters. The first presenter is Cho Han-bum, Senior Research Fellow at Korean Institute of National Unification, and his topic is the new Korean Peninsula regime and peace economy. And Dr. Cho have been studying this topic, the new Korean Peninsula regime and peace economy, for the past 5 to 6 years, and in the past 2 to 3 years, he was particularly interested in building a broad framework and putting a more systematic theoretical touch on the new Korean Peninsula regime and peace economy. And our second presenter is Lee Il-young, professor at Hanshin University, and the topic is revisiting of the new Korean Peninsula regime theory from the perspective of Korean Peninsula economics. Professor Lee has been advocating the Korean Peninsula regime theory for the past 15 years. So he will put the new Korean Peninsula regime theory from the perspective of Korean Peninsula economics. And our third presenter is Mr. Mitsuhiro Murina, who is a senior research fellow at ARENA, and he will join our conference online. And Mimura's topic is East Asian cooperation for the new Korean Peninsula regime and peace economy. You may have looked at or gain access to the presentation materials in advance. And today you will be able to listen to the new Korean Peninsula regime and peace economy from the perspective of scholars of Korean and Japanese experts. And the three presentations are, I think, complementary. And at the same time, there may be some differences between the three presenters, which will make the three presentations all the more interesting. So in some issues, there may be a consensus, and in other agendas, there may be a more divergent views. So those will serve as a guidance in following the three presentations today. And so we have invited three discussants for the first session. Yang Mun-soo, professor at University of North Korean Studies, and Mr. Thomas Yoshimura, a resident representative in Korea, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, and Nam Gi-jung, a professor at Seoul National University Institute for Japanese Studies. These three scholars will join as discussants of the first session. And we are all following social distancing, so we have relatively few attendants here, and more guests have joined online. So I try to be generous in time allocation, so I will give 20 minutes each to each presenter and 10 minutes each to each discussant. And time permitting, after presentations and discussions, we will have some follow-up discussions. And it's 2:15 p.m. and I will do as much as possible to finish the first session before 4 p.m. And this is an international symposium, and we are offering simultaneous translation in English. And I'd like to invite you to give a big round of applause to all the presenters, and Dr. Jo Han-bum will kickstart the first presentation.
Good afternoon. My name is Jo Han-bum. I've just been introduced. I feel that we have come to the halfway point in a very long marathon, because I had the opportunity to study both the new Korean Peninsula regime and the peace economy. It has been mentioned by Chung Se-hyun, the executive vice chairperson of NUAC. This concept of a new Korean Peninsula regime is very abstract. And there are two economists here whom I highly respect who are focusing on the DPRK economy. And when we mention peace economy with economists, I think that they're very fearful of this notion. I don't know if I should say fearful, but the idea of combining peace together with the economy is something that not many economists have reached a level of consensus on. So admittedly, this is a very challenging journey for me. I do want to talk about two things in particular, because I feel that the Korean Peninsula and Northeast Asia are facing two kinds of risks. So there is the emerging risks, or non-traditional risks, such as the pandemic. But we've also seen the Fukushima disaster, and we've seen climate change. But then there are other traditional security risks, which can be compounded by the East Asian paradox. But to solve this, as has been mentioned by the president of KINU in his opening address, the pandemic is not something that can be solved by a single country. And the East Asian paradox is also not something that can be solved by a single country. This is something that is a burden on everyone, as has already been mentioned by Chung Se-hyun in his keynote speech. There are these traditional security threats and non-traditional security threats that are fundamental crises for the Korean Peninsula and Northeast Asia, and really the only way for us to get out of that is cooperation. We're seeing these disputes between U.S. and China, Quad, the China's expansionist policies, and North Korea's nuclear and warhead situation. We've seen how they've played out in the past. So this is going to be the thrust of my presentation. I don't think I have enough time, so I'm going to be very quick in my presentation, but I just want to focus that there are these two kinds of security threats. So we have to come up with a new kind of paradigm, a new Korean Peninsula regime, or a paradigm in a peace economy. There's Yuli Beck very respected sociologist and economist in Germany. We have someone here from the KAS, but Yu Beck has talked about a modern risk society, and nobody is free from this. So an example of this are airplanes, because in the past we didn't have airplanes, but after the invention of airplanes, there is that real concern that you could die in an airplane crash. And this is something that can strike you regardless of your class or level of wealth. This is something that we call normalization of risks. This is an equal risk, an equity of risks. Now that because we're living in a hyper-connected society, when there is a risk in one corner of the world, it can impact the rest of the world. We've seen Fukushima, we've seen climate change, we've seen microplastics, where we've seen these little worms. They eat styrofoam microplastics, and tuna fish eats the worm, and we eat the tuna. So basically, we're eating the microplastics. It's a big cycle of this microplastic-induced climate change-induced pollution that strikes us all, regardless of our class or level of wealth. COVID-19 has compounded this, but it's nothing new. We've already seen something similar to this. We've seen for the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear disaster. We've seen climate change. We've seen yellow dust. We've seen microfine dust. So COVID-19, while it is severe, it is not something that is entirely new. And pandemic has laid open the vulnerabilities of the human population, which is why we can only engage in cooperation, and that is the only answer. We've seen the disruptions in the GVC. We are all connected in the GVC, the global value chain. Fukushima, when they released contaminated water into the sea, the contaminated radioactive water will come to Northeast Asia. So we have to engage in cross-border cooperation. That is the only way. Uli Beck has said that there is this democratization of smog. That is, poverty does not impact us all, but smog impacts us all. And I would like to say that COVID-19 is democratic. Many countries have tried to engage in isolationist policies. They failed. Korea did not. Korea tried to engage in transparency and openness, and we were able to demonstrate that this is the only way going forward. Next, I want to talk about the East Asian paradox. Europe engaged in, after the Cold War, a sort of cooperation. It began with détente in terms of security cooperation that led to Helsinki process and the Stockholm Pact, and later led on to the OSCE and the ultimate formulation of the EU. As has been mentioned before, the European Steel Community led to EEC, Euratom, and then it led to IEC, the European Parliament, and then the EU. They have a common euro. They have a common parliament. However, unlike Europe, when we look at Northeast Asia, we already also have moved beyond Cold War era, but we're now seeing the onslaught of a new Cold War era. The Korean Peninsula, we're still trapped in an armistice. It's new Cold War era confrontation between the two Koreas. We've had the July 4th declaration, but we're still seeing this nuclear situation on the Korean Peninsula. The Korean Peninsula peace process is ongoing, but there are all these different risk factors in the way. And with East Asia, there is the U.S. and Japan-led treaties, the San Francisco Treaty. There's confrontation between China and Japan and China and the U.S. We've seen different treaties and pacts between the different players in the region, but we are still not seeing a level of stability in terms of the security in Northeast Asia. And this is what I refer to as the East Asian paradox. So today I want to also talk about the 11th I know it's another German term, but it's loosely translated into life world, and we're seeing a crisis of the life world. If you look at that diagram, you see that tree. It's a very bad tree. The roots are composed of the Korean Peninsula division in the San Francisco regime. And if you look up, you would see in Japan, you would see certain situations there, how the politics is leaning right. We see China, the military policies and its expansion. And then there is also U.S., the U.S.-China conflict. After the Obama administration worked on Pivot to Asia, that was really to put China in check. And then there's Quad Plus. The U.S. wants to create a NATO of sorts for Northeast Asia, and that means they're going to put a check on China, which really is a confrontation between U.S. and China. This past inertia of U.S., China, U.S. and Japan versus China and Russia, we're seeing something similar unfold even now in a new Cold War. So there's a lot of these different kind of division structures playing out in Korean Peninsula. There's this common threat of war holding over us in the Korean Peninsula. This is the tree that we're seeing right now. It's a life world crisis tree. We are so used to this, but in fact, if you look deeply into our everyday lives, we're facing a crisis situation in terms of our life world. Oh, this traditional crisis regarding the East Asian paradox is what I want to talk about today. But I would really like to say that we cannot go on with this current paradigm because nobody is happy here. We cannot continue to make missiles and submarines. We are also beefing up our military capacity, but so is China. There is no end to sight. This is something that will lead to unhappiness for everyone. We cannot continue to go on with this arms race. We are engaging in an astronomical cost structure. It's the same with the DPRK. The DPRK is one of the poorest countries in the world, but they spend about 20% of the national budget on military. Most other countries maybe spend about 1%. We spend maybe about 2%, but DPRK spends 20%. We are a very small country, but we have number 6 defense forces in the world. I think that, in fact, Korea's military could overtake the European forces. I know this is a bit of an exaggeration, but that might be possible. So the Korean Peninsula peace process is something that we absolutely have to do. The trust process in the former administration and the peace process of the Moon Jae-in administration, they're one and the same. They're trying to bring about peace and stability in the region, particularly Korean Peninsula, because we know that there is this very unsustainable cost structure on the Korean Peninsula where nobody is happy, and we have to do away with this existing paradigm. And to really resolve this issue, we have to first of all tackle the issue of the division of the Korean Peninsula. I think that the new Korean Peninsula regime will bring about a new era for the Korean Peninsula and the East Asia. In the past 100 years was focused on conflict, foreign occupations, invasions, and violence. But in the new coming 100 years, we can go beyond that. It's a new kind of historical perspective that no humanity has really ever seen because there's been no political administration that has tried to look towards the next 100 years. So this is going to be a vision for all of humanity. We are starting from the division of the Korean Peninsula, but we are effectively coming up with a very long-term roadmap for the next 100 years. And there's going to be many stages and steps along the way. We would have to take a phased approach, different goals and objectives per stage. And this current Moon Jae-in administration's primary responsibility is to try to provide a gateway into this peace process. And this is a very long-term plan. And this peace process has to take into account all of the stakeholders, because if we can only consider one country's interest, then we would again lead to a hegemony situation. What we really want is a peace and prosperity in the Korean Peninsula. Akiba is over 7 years old, but he's someone I really admire and respect. We are good friends. I don't think I've met anyone who is so peace-minded. He's really a great thinker in Japan. We are very close. We are good friends. And I think Dr. Shin Yi-jang is here. We are also great friends. But the Korean Peninsula division and the East Asian paradox are really infiltrating our everyday lives and impacting our life world and making us unhappy. So we have to dismantle this existing paradigm. In the past, the 100 years were a passive sort of order that was imposed on us. For the next 100 years, we have to engage in an active peace order. So that is a big difference, passive versus active. So we have to go towards a peace order that we actively engage in. So it's not something that is imposed on us. Denuclearization and peace and stability on the Korean Peninsula are going to be our ultimate objectives. And that is what we have to work towards, because there's a lot of confrontation in the region. I didn't do a very good job with this slide, but as you can see here, there's one pillar here, peace, and another pillar on the economy. It's takes a very long time to create a community. It doesn't take overnight. So there is this peace cooperation community and an economic cooperation community. Later on, when there is diplomatic relations that are established between countries such as U.S. and DPRK and Japan, then we can really move towards a new security order. And for us, a new KP regime, a new Korean Peninsula regime, will really strengthen new northward economic cooperation and new southward economic cooperation. So this means that a Eurasian transcontinental rail or logistics network that really cuts off from the Korean Peninsula, from the Republic of Korea, because we cannot go northward, that will also be dismantled. That means that we can bring about a new era of logistics and communication and transportation that will spread outward from the Republic of Korea. So that is a kind of a new Korean Peninsula regime that I'm dreaming of. In the past, if we talk about the past 100 years, many liberal economists have said that we can sign many FTAs and that will lead to more economic cooperation. But that has not been the case. We've seen free trade not advancing peace, but there's been war, there's been many battles fought, so there's no causal relationship between trade and war or the economy. So I think this is why we have to engage in very active peace order, because there are so many of these crisis factors and risk factors in the Northeast Asia. So we have to be very active in a pursuit for a peace order, which is represented by a Korean Peninsula peace process. I think that Professor Lee is going to talk more at length about the peace economy. But I think that COVID-19 has given us two lessons. Korea, Taiwan, and Germany have succeeded in a COVID-19 response. These three countries are very strong when it comes to manufacturing. For us, I think manufacturing is double that of a service industry. Manufacturing is going to be very important going forward as well. The Kaesong Industrial Complex is also a representation of our manufacturing prowess. And another lesson from COVID-19 is that the national economy is very important. When the inter-Korean economic cooperation really flourishes, and that will open up a market of 80 million population. This means that we can have a larger market, and this is something that is conducive to the DPRK economy as well, because they cannot have a successful parallel track policy without South Korean help. So Korean Peninsula peace process is going to be very necessary going forward post-COVID-19. East Asia peace economy. I think that we can look at Germany, Taiwan, and Korea. They have different case examples. In the case of Germany, there's been a sort of virtual cycle between East and West Germany. 2 days ago, we had a conference with our Taiwan counterparts, and I was really surprised. I know that Professor Chang Yi-jin is here, but many Taiwanese experts have said that yes, there's a lot of economic development thanks to China, but this has not led to a corresponding increase in levels of trust. This means that the Taiwanese people still do not trust the Chinese. This is the same with Korea and the DPRK. There's been a lot of accumulation of efforts over the years, but there's still mistrust between the two Koreas. So I think there is a very big difference between Europe and East Asia. In Europe, we've seen that collapse of Soviet Union, of Eastern Europe, which led to more developments. But in East Asia, China is still very strong. China does not appear to be going anywhere. So this means that there's going to be very strong rigidity in DPRK's policies and in our policies as well. I think that this differential association theory by the Chicago School says that, if you continuously engage with a bad friend, a bad association, that will lead to bad behavior. But in the Korean Peninsula case, that is not always the case. So the differential association, there's also reinforcement theory. This means that you need to have good intentions with a good association. That's Burgess and Akers' revisionist theory on the differential association. This means that having a differential reinforcement does not always lead to positive behavior. You cannot just continue to give to DPRK and expecting a good behavior. You have to engage with them to have a good behavior through a good and positive attitude. This is something that the government should do, first of all, but also with the involvement of the private sector, with the civil society. I say that An Jung-gun, many people refer to him with different titles, but I feel that he is a teacher or master of sorts. When he died in 1903, he dreamed of a sort of European community for Northeast Asia, where we can have the CJK countries engaging in a community, sort of a joint cooperation across many different fronts, many different aspects. So, in fact, he thought of that in the early 1900s, which predates a European community. So I feel that we have a lot to learn from An Jung-gun, because he knew at the time in the early 1900s or the late 1800s that there is no good that will come from infighting between the three countries. When Korea, China, Japan continue to battle with each other, there's no good that comes from that. So the only way for us to transcend that is to engage in cooperation, which will lead to coexistence. I think I have about 1 minute left, but I feel that the Korean Peninsula is a community and that East Asia is also a community. We should try to reframe our thinking. There's this grand conflict between the US and China, and Northeast Asia is sort of caught in that. But we don't have to be caught in that. We have our own 5,000 years of history. We have engaged in modernization, even after the San Francisco Treaty. It was wrong of Japan to invade the neighboring countries and using violence to try to do that. To integrate, An Jung-gun did not want an integration that is done by violence. But he believed that integration was necessary, that we have to try to aim towards a community together among the three countries. But to do so, we have to, first of all, denuclearize DPRK and go towards a sort of single life world and a living community. For that, we have to orient towards a peace economy. With that, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a presentation from Dr. Jo Han-bum from KINU. He covered a broad range of topics, too broad to summarize for me, but at least I think I can touch upon several keywords. And those keywords include points to building a living space.
We have to engage in a sort of a life world of the three countries, and the three countries' regimes and the structures have to be completely overhauled. And to do so, a new sort of a sociological or a social sciences-oriented way of thinking would be a new Korean Peninsula regime and a peace economy. And this is not just going to be a dream, but we should act upon it and really work towards it, so that it'll be more than a dream. And to do so, we can start from the starting points of a peace economy, and that was the proposal that he made. This grand vision, grand paradigm, along with some very concrete proposals on how we can achieve those ends.
이령 교수님께서
Our next presenter is Professor Lee Il-young.
예, 방금 소개받은
Good afternoon. I am Lee Il-young.
제가 오늘 말씀드릴 때는 아까 박승민 교수님
And as have been introduced by Professor Park, I'd like to make a comparison between a new Korean Peninsula regime theory and Korean Peninsula economics. A new Korean Peninsula regime is the broadest and most all-encompassing initiatives proposed by Moon Jae-in administration. It is an umbrella concept, and it could be put into a systemic framework. And there are other initiatives taken up by Moon administration as well, like income-driven wealth, or our K-New Deal, or Korean a New Deal, or making our country more inclusive, innovative. However, these initiatives are mostly fragmented, and I think we can bring these initiatives together. And the new Korean regime, Korean Peninsula regime theory, could serve as an umbrella framework that can integrate all of these initiatives. So the new Korean Peninsula regime was proposed by President Moon Jae-in, and we need to put a systemic touch, theoretical touch on this, and I would like to do that job in today's presentation. That has been done. Actually, this job has been undertaken by KINU, and Dr. Jo Han-bum was also involved in this, studying the new Korean Peninsula regime theory. A lot of publications and research papers have been published in 2019. There was a paper in February 2019 which covered most of the papers of academic research on new Korean Peninsula regime. And I'd like to build on that publication of February 2019 and offer my proposals and some of the criticisms. And I am raising this topic because in the process of translating this term, the new Korean Peninsula regime, there were some challenges. It was first translated as the new Korean Peninsula regime theory. However, a theory must have a coherence and very solid foundation. So, provided there are some solid theoretical foundation, then that initiative could be considered quite successful. However, we should be very careful in using the term a theory, and I had to accept the translation which used the term a theory, or attached the term theory to the new Korean Peninsula regime, but I think it is more apt to say it as a narrative or a story instead of using it as a theory. Or at most we can use the term discourse to describe this initiative, the new Korean Peninsula regime. And we have to be very careful in choosing our vocabulary because language can be quite powerful depending how wise we are using, and they may even constitute a history or a kind of chronological history of understanding a theory. So language, different vocabularies can clash together, in which case theories or regimes or ideas might be much less powerful. However, if languages are harmonious, if they work together, then it can add power to a thought or idea. So that shows the importance of what language or what vocabularies we use. And Professor Park Sun-sung said that I've been studying the Korean Peninsula economics for the past 2 decades, but I must admit that I have not seen much progress. But I think we are building theoretical blocks, step by step, and I would like to lay out some constituent elements of the new Korean Peninsula regime. And Chung Se-hyun pointed to the very challenging environment surrounding us, and he also raised the importance of creating a breakthrough in the current impasse, and declaring end to the Korean War may be one of the such solutions, but this may not be very feasible given the current situation, diplomatic deadlock between the U.S. and DPRK, and tension between the U.S. and China. So where should we carry the U.S. inter-Korean relations given such circumstances? And declaring an end to the Korean War might be considered an extension of the new Korean Peninsula regime, but to make the new Korean Peninsula regime idea more effective, I think we need to think harder on what shortcomings should be addressed in thinking about this idea. And if we think about the chronological history or genealogy of the situation of the Korean Peninsula, we should combine theory and reality on the ground. And Jo Han-bum raised some very important points, including the idea of community or paradigm. And this is a journey or process, building peace on the Korean Peninsula. So these could all serve as a theoretical foundation within which we can put the new Korean Peninsula regime. However, there might be some internal theoretical clashes in the process, and using the term regime represents a significant advancement because it enables us to put a more holistic view on the situation in the Korean Peninsula. And it enables us to move away from a more fragmented perspective and put in place a more holistic view on what is going on in the Korean Peninsula. And these points have been raised by Mr. Chung Se-hyun and Cho Han-bum, and the situation is highly challenging at the very fundamental level. And we need to really create a breakthrough, an important turnaround to move away from this impasse. And looking at the atmosphere of the Korean Peninsula, we cannot make achievement out of thin air, and our efforts should be cohesive and integrated instead of being fragmented. We should take stock of history and take lessons learned and build upon our achievements and discard or change mistakes made or models that have lost their usefulness. And Nomad administration, there was a discourse on Northeast Asia community. There were a lot of initiatives proposed by Kim Dae-jung and Nomad administration, but there were little follow-up efforts. And the same fate should not await the new Korean Peninsula regime. We should not repeat such mistakes. And we need to, and there was Dr. Cho Han-bum said that we should move away from the separation regime or divisive regime. And there are a lot of scattered theories, theoretical frameworks, discourses, but we should bring these theories together to make them particularly effective, and we should be really careful in what words we choose and what language we would use to describe a lot of situations or complex web of problems. And Cho Han-bum is heavily involved in studying the new Korean Peninsula regime, so I will defer to his expert judgment. So I will quote a lot from Cho Han-bum. And KINU has been at the forefront of studying the new Korean Peninsula regime. However, we need to make this effort more inclusive, enlisting a broader stakeholders, and this speaks to the problem of social sciences study in Korea as well. Like, instead of tackling problems head-on, Korean social scientists mostly import theories from Western countries in fits and starts, like throwing spaghettis at the wall and see what works, and results have not been very positive. And when we think about the new Korean Peninsula regime, this did not resonate very strongly, and I'd like to make a small effort to raise awareness or eliminate the new Korean Peninsula regime. And the KINU's publication or research on new Korean Peninsula regime, I think, is very important, but there have been comparatively little efforts. Even by the Ministry of Unification, there have been some discussions, but little concrete policy proposals on new Korean Peninsula regime. And even among intellectuals, there have been little talks on the new Korean Peninsula regime, which is quite sad. And new Korean Peninsula regime can be called a vision, a historic vision. But I think we could consider this as a system. And if we think it as a regime or system, there may be the world system or world regime, and Northeast Asia regime, and the Korean Peninsula regime. So I would like to put a hyphen between them. However, Cho Han-bum talked this from the four level, at the Korean Peninsula level, international level, inter-Korean level, and the domestic level in Korea. So 4 levels were adopted by Cho Han-bum, but I think this could be unwieldy or too complex. So I used a hyphen to connect these 3 different levels, and there may be different actors or interests at play. So at the world level, if it is cooperative, then it could play a more active role. However, if there is a confrontation in the world system, then it will lose much of its active force. So we have to take a holistic force, and we should not arbitrarily try to divide our world into different levels of different systems. And at the world level, it is very important to take stock of the situation between the United States and China. And the United States Indo-Pacific strategy was challenged by China's own strategy. So Japan and the United States joined hand against the partnership between China and Russia, but not at the systemic level. But at least we're seeing a decoupling between the United States and China. And this rift or division between the U.S. and China is not yet permanent, but nonetheless it represents a very significant change and will have an important effect or be a very big obstacle to improving inter-Korean relations. So, speaking about activeness of the world system, the room for active maneuver has been much diminished due to the U.S.-China tension. So again, I'm raising the importance of looking at world from a holistic perspective. So we should create an active room for maneuver, which, however, has been diminished a lot due to outside factors. Then we should find other room for maneuver, other room for active maneuver, and we should bring the world system, world regime, and the Korean Peninsula regime together. However, currently, the world system or the world regime is currently dominant and is having a lot of influence on the inter-Korean relation. And if we put too much emphasis just on the inter-Korean relations, then we cannot expect to see a lot of progress because the world regime or the world system is having a stronger influence, at least at the moment. And that points to the importance of building a network. The inter-Korean relation could also be considered as a network, and it could be translated as a co-federation in English, which has multifaceted. By multifaceted means the inter-Korean relations might involve the third parties as well. So if there are outside constraints, we should reach out to Japan or ASEAN countries as bypassing or circumventing the constraints imposed by U.S.-China tension. So even within the monolithic world system, we may find some room for maneuver or niche within which we can pursue some active policies and making our country more inclusive and innovative is a grand initiative proposed by Moon Jae-in administration, but we must again consider all of the challenges at the world system, geopolitical factors at the global community in the world at the global level are exerting a lot of influence and will exert a lot of influence on Korea and other countries. Now I will move on to the peace economy. And peace economy could be viewed from the inter-Korean level, but I think we should view this from at the global level to really build the peace economy. And world system should serve as a foundation for building economic cooperative platform between the two Koreas. So the perspective at the world level must be integrated with the perspective at the Korean level, and the new Korean Peninsula regime has its predecessor for forerunners, and that was the emphasis on economic cooperation during the Road Movement administration. There was talk of making Korea as a hub of Northeast Asian finance. However, hub is, I think, an outdated notion. We should consider Korea as part of a network. And making Korea a hub of connecting maritime and continental powers may be an outdated or very backward idea. And I think inter-Korean economic cooperation is not a panacea, and this may be too subjective or too optimistic. We must follow the situation at the world level. However, it is unrealistic to expect that we could turn the variables at the world level into our favor. So these are the structural constraints that we must take into account, and there are a lot of talk of communities or successful cases of building communities in Europe among other regions. However, in Northeast Asia, we do not yet have a solid community, and it will be a distant prospect, at least for the time being, and not least because China is too dominant. And the United States is also heavily involved militarily in Northeast Asia. And building a new community, given such circumstances, would be extremely difficult. And that is a difference from what we have seen in Europe. And I think it would be more feasible to building a space for a network instead of a community. And at least that is my view. And instead of building inter-Korean economic community, we should make this economic community more inclusive to make it a part of a regional network. And that should be a way forward. Like opening the Kaesong Industrial Park, it must be a part of building a global economic community, not just think it as a part of inter-Korean economic project. Viewing the Kaesong Industrial Park just as part of an inter-Korean economic project would make it too myopic, too narrow. And I'm raising the importance of network again and again. Connecting maritime and continental powers is not very feasible because northern economies do not figure very prominently, and northern countries are marred in a complex web of problems. There are a lot of talks on the power of fourth industrial revolution, and China is making heavy investment and cutting edge technologies, and artificial intelligence and semiconductors are areas where the United States and Japan and China are competing. And given such competition between the United States and China, it will be a pipe dream of envisioning building, let's say, Trans-Siberia or Trans-Korean Railway connecting northern countries with Korea. Given the clash between China and the United States, and Chung Se-yeon raised this point, Russia does not have a kind of a momentum or a lot of skin in the game in promoting inter-Korean cooperation. We may connect our rail network in Korea to Siberian Railway, but it's not very effective. It delivers only low return on investment. Then what about China? Belt and Road Initiative is not directly linked to inter-Korean economic cooperation or building rail network in the Korean Peninsula either. Then what about the Go South policy or reaching out to Japan or ASEAN countries? I think that is more feasible. And there are some points that must be considered by Japan, Prime Minister Abe or Suga, or they may not be very cooperative to unification. That was a point raised by Chung Se-yeon, but at least Japan needs partners diplomatically, I think. And Trans-Pacific Partnership, Japan was one of the leading countries in promoting TPP. So creating a new space for maneuver will serve the interest of Japan as well. And Japan may have its own natural interest, and it may have its own domestic political factors. However, being preoccupied with each country's own interests might lead us into a permanent decline. Just going your own way would not ensure survival in the global community, and that is why we should build a network with Vietnam, ASEAN countries, and other countries instead of thinking just about our own interests. So, to sum up, I think I have I have summarized my presentation into 6 points, the most important of which is taking stock of the US-China tension, and we must be absorbed into this standoff between the United States and China, which means we should create a niche or new room for maneuver, and building a peace economy will provide such a niche or room for maneuver. Thank you for listening. So that was a presentation from Professor Lee Il-young, which had some connection to Dr. Cho Han-bum, and Lee Il-young offered some clarification and illuminated a lot of points raised and proposed by Dr. Cho Han-bum, and Professor Lee Il-young gave a lot of food of thought for us. And our next presenter is Mitsuhiro Mimura, Senior Research Fellow at ARENA.
예,
Do we have you on the line?
안녕하십니까.
Hello. Yes, it is a pleasure to meet you. Yes, please go ahead. I am here from Japan. I am really pleased to be here at this very important gathering. And in participating in this symposium, I didn't know whether I should be a friend or a foe. I didn't know which approach to take. The earlier two presenters talked about the new Korean Peninsula regime and the peace economy. You spoke about the significance of this regime. So I would like to talk about the perspective of the neighboring countries. It could be Japan or it could be China. I would like to touch upon the perspectives of the neighboring countries as opposed to the perspective of Korea. Over the last 2 years, I had the opportunity to give many lectures and presentations on the Korean Peninsula. I've heard a lot of feedback from the participants there. They asked me questions about what the Japanese public or what the Chinese public think about the regional policies of the Republic of Korea. I think that there are some people who still have some questions regarding Korea's policies. By way of conclusion, I would like to say that this new strategy set forth by the Korean administration, for you to really try to engage in more understanding, you have to try to participate in more public diplomacy to try to better the understanding of the Japanese public or the Chinese public or the Taiwanese public, because I don't think that the population here in the Northeast Asia don't have a good level of understanding regarding Korea's East Asian policy or Korea's regional policy. So going forward, I think that Korea's public diplomacy, of course, your foreign ministers should be seen out engaging the world and engaging our counterparts. But you should also think about public diplomacy to do more outreach to the public in the neighboring countries to tell people why you are pursuing these policies. What is the intention behind these policies? You have to really try to help people better understand your reasoning behind these different policies. So I would like to talk about the neighboring countries. There are these changes in the status of the Korean Peninsula in the post-Cold War era. This is something that the Japanese public are aware of, that South Korea's influences increase. In Japan, I would think that the level of awareness might not be very high, but we still have some level of awareness in Japan. We wonder what our standing is, and I know that Prime Minister Abe has really tried to increase Japan's influence in the world. Even though our relations with China were very sour, Xi Jinping even discussed visiting Japan because Abe was interested in trying to repair the damage between Japan and China's relations. For Northeast Asia, Japan really wanted to try to engage Vietnam, Singapore, and other Southeast Asian countries with the TPP so that other countries can also participate in this multilateral security regional order. Unfortunately, however, for Japan, its relations with Korea continue to remain sour. It does not have good relations with the DPRK, obviously. But if we look at it generally, I think that the Japanese public was pretty satisfied with Prime Minister Abe in terms of his regional politics, in terms of his foreign affairs, because Japan really wanted to try to come up with a way to survive in the midst of these regional dynamics. I think many Japanese people wonder about Korea because Korea always talks about how it has the 12th largest economy in the world. It is an advanced country. And Korea is very proud of its accomplishments. But when it comes to Japan, Korea still continues to be thinking of the past. It is still focusing on the historical issues when it comes to Japan. So for the Japanese public, they wonder what really is the sincere attitude of the Korean people. I think that Korea's GDP level has gone up. It's the 12th largest economy in the world. But in terms of security, it continues to rely on the United States. And it is feeling pressure from China as a growing power. And the Korean Peninsula is still seeing levels of instability. So Korea, despite its economic influence, doesn't have a lot of freedom in exercising its diplomatic policies. You have to understand what the content is behind that, what the cause is behind these difficulties to try to set a path forward. The Japanese and the Chinese don't know what is the Korean intention. So I think it's very important for the Koreans to try to help the understanding of Japanese and Chinese neighbors. The U.S.-China dispute is also making things very difficult for Japan. For Japan as well, we import products from Korea and neighboring countries, and we make them into finished products and then export them ourselves to the U.S. market, to the Chinese market. So when there is this disconnect between the U.S. and China, then we cannot sell some of our goods to these markets. And this means that the U.S.-China trade dispute is something that we must overcome. This is very important, not just for Korea, but for Japan. I think that in terms of the U.S.-China trade dispute, our two countries' positions are similar. There is this relative freedom that you want to have under this new Korean Peninsula regime vis-a-vis the neighboring countries, but it's difficult for the Japanese people to understand what exactly the Republic of Korea is after. So speaking from the point of view of a general Japanese public, South Korea is not a weak or a small country. It's part of the G20. It has soft power. Many Japanese people go to Korea as tourists. We also have a lot of Korean tourists come to Japan. And when we see Korean tourists, we feel that they are very similar in terms of disposition with the Japanese people. We definitely don't consider Japan to be a small country or a weak country. Many Japanese people, especially the young generation, would feel that Korea has a very high level of influence in the world. So talking about how Korea is a very small and weak country, that it cannot determine its own destiny, I know that many Korean people say that. But from the Japanese point of view, we don't really understand why that is the case, because from our perspective, Korea seems to be a very powerful, very influential nation. The DPRK's 주체 ideology was something that was formulated in the 50s and 60s, in the U.S.-Soviet tensions and U.S.-Soviet rivalry, where DPRK could not side with the U.S. Obviously, it could not side completely with Soviet Union. It was important for DPRK to receive aid from both sides, which is why I tried to formulate the DPRK 주체 ideology to try to maintain a level of autonomy while continuing to receive aid from both benefactors. I had the opportunity to visit DPRK once a year and also interact with some speakers and some teachers of the 주체 ideology. The 주체 ideology is really complex. But I think that at the core of the ideology means that it all comes down to self-determination. If you have determined something on your own, then you have the duty to carry it out by yourself. I think that is at the heart of Juche ideology, which means to say that the Republic of Korea, its role as a middle power, and its level of autonomy, and the DPRK's Juche ideology and the self-determination that it's going after, I think in some aspects they're similar. Within an international environment where you do not have the complete autonomy to do what you want, what can you do? I think for the Republic of Korea, you talk about autonomy, and DPRK talks about self-determination or Juche. Korea says that that is really what it wants, a sort of level of autonomy. And we don't want a very large, great power, major power to dominate or invade a smaller power. I think that this is something that the average Japanese or the average Chinese person might find it difficult to understand the new Korean Peninsula regime and saying that it wants to break away from the passive order of the past. I don't think that the majority of the Japanese or Chinese public would say that Korea was really passive in the past, because we don't think Korea was always passive. Korea was very dynamic and active in many portions of its policies in the past. So I think this is also an area where Korea has to engage in public diplomacy, and not just with Japan or China, but Russia, the US, other neighboring countries. Korea says that it's surrounded by these major powers, and Korea could not speak up for itself in the past. I think you have to really convince that with the neighboring countries and do more outreach, so that the neighboring countries such as Japan, China, Russia, Mongolia, and the US, when they come up, when they approach the Korean Peninsula, when they approach Korea's policies, how do you want them to see the policies? How do you want them to see the peninsula? It is really up to Korea to shape their view of Korea through a public outreach and public diplomacy. I think that Southeast Asian countries like India and ASEAN that Korea wants to embrace, Korea has to know that it's one of the G20 countries. There are Saudi Arabia, Turkey, China, India. I think these Asian countries in G20 are all very big countries, big in terms of influence and population. Korea is also a G20 member. Korea must ask itself, how can it contribute to this region as a G20 nation? So Koreans like to think of themselves as a very weak and very small country, but the neighboring countries don't consider Korea to be like that. It has economic power. Korea has a pretty good, substantial level of population. So I think that Korea should also think about what it can do to contribute to this region as a G20 member. And establishing peace, economy of the Korean Peninsula, and denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula. I don't think there is still any inter-Korean consensus on the methodology of the unification. Former President Kim Dae-jung, and he met with Kim Jong-il, there was some agreement made, but the following administrations did not really have a lot of dialogue with the DPRK on the implementation of unification. No. Moon Jae-in wants to provide this grand blueprint for the coming 100 years, and with a final landmark in 2045. But I think by 2045, Kim Jong-un will likely be alive. And if Republic of Korea wants to have unification before 2045, the DPRK obviously has an opinion on that. Kim Jong-un will still be alive then. Even the neighboring countries would be very interested to know what kind of inter-Korean consensus there is on the specific method of achieving unification. The neighboring countries might wonder whether the inter-Korean consensus, because there is no inter-Korean consensus, how Korea is going to go about unifying the peninsula when there is this lack of consensus, when there is this lack of feedback from the neighboring countries. So this is also something that Korea should discuss with DPRK once relations have gotten better. This idea of an inclusive state to move beyond South-South conflicts. There is North-North conflict in the DPRK, but how the Korean War led to impose certain conditions and orders on the Korean Peninsula. And this division that is continuing to be a specter for many people in the Korean Peninsula, that this is something that the Korean people continue to experience every day. I'm aware of the situation because I study Korean politics and I study the Korean situation, but I don't think that the average Japanese public or the average Chinese public would know about that. What is this South-South conflict that you speak of, and how exactly is that undermining developments in South Korean society? And how will that also be part of the new paradigm that Korea wants to go towards? I think that is something that you also have to think about as well. So even within the Republic of Korea, I know you were talking about the difference between capitalism and socialism. There is this very stark contrast between the two regimes in ROK and the DPRK, how the DPRK people will assimilate with South Korea when there is this high level of individualism in South Korea. And also even after unification, how will South Korea subsidize North Koreans? After unification, what's going to happen to the DPRK public? Shouldn't you come up with these very concrete answers before you go about unification? I think it's important on how you're going to see DPRK's commitment to this issue. I think that if we have a better understanding of the DPRK's commitment to unification, then we can maybe engage in more of a discussion. What is going to happen to the national interests of the ROK? Although we have a better picture of the national interests of the ROK, what's going to happen to the interests of the DPRK? I don't think that there's been much discourse domestically in ROK society for what's going to happen after unification, especially when it comes to the DPRK people. I think perhaps there should be a sort of referendum of sorts. That how will South Korea really rally the people of DPRK to come around on the idea of unification? How will you get buy-in? And you've also talked about how Juche ideology is human-centered. It's very similar because in Korea you're also doing people-oriented, people-centered policies. I think for the DPRK that's tied in with the Juche ideology on how they're going to confront imperialism, that they want to put their own individuals, their own people at the center. For the peace economy, I think it has been mentioned quite substantially before me, so I would like to skip that part. But I do want to say that I have very high regard for the new southward economic cooperation. Korea wants to embrace its Southeast Asian partners in economic cooperation. I think in the past, much of Korea's policies did not include ASEAN countries and Southeast Asian countries, but now that Japan and the US are doing something similar. Economically speaking, South Korea also has that level of economic ability to try to do more economic cooperation like this. So I think that this is something that is very interesting for me personally, and for Korea and the DPRK, that the border regions really can see some cooperation. Gangwon-do, Gyeonggi-do were not really part of active cooperation talks between the two Koreas. In the past, I think the cooperation was limited to some areas in the border and maybe the capitals like Pyongyang and Seoul. But now I think that you can expand that new Korean Peninsula economy initiative to the East Sea Economic Belt, to the West Sea Economic Belt. I know that there are a lot more projects on Russia, which I think is also very interesting as well, both in terms of its economy and its population. For Russia, its Far East region, some people said that the Russian Far East might not be very helpful for Korea's economic cooperation initiatives, but I disagree, because by embracing the Far East, that means that you would be able to buy the commitment of the Russian people in particular. The Japanese are not doing a lot by that regard. I don't think there's a lot of Japanese resources being dedicated to embracing the Far East. For Japan, it didn't have a lot of autonomy in the past either. In the 1950s, it tried to work with ASEAN and Taiwan. 60s, it was China. 60s, it was Korea. And 70s, it was China. This economic cooperation was really focusing on war contributions and war compensations. Although Japan did not explicitly say it or call it that, I think in the past it was really economic cooperation took the guise of wartime compensation. But in any sense, it allowed for expansion of cooperative ties with Southeast Asia. And in the 2010s, it was TPP, Indo-Pacific Strategy. Then later on, with these different FTAs and TPPs, some have failed, but Japan has tried to pursue many of these different efforts. Until the 70s, Japan tried to have better relations with China. I think in that regard, Japan is also not a major power. It's a middle power, really. It has followed the U.S., but now because that the U.S. is not displaying a necessary leadership, what will Japan do? And also with China growing in its sphere of influence, Japan also does not know how it will manage its relations with the U.S. and China at the same time. I think that in that regard, Japan and Korea's position is really one and the same. I think that there are a lot of similarities between the two countries. With that, I would like to conclude my presentation.
예, 미무라 미츠.
Thank you very much. That was Professor Mitsuhiro Mimura of ERINA. ERINA is located in the western side of Japan in Niigata Prefecture. It's a think tank on East Asian policy. Mitsuhiro has stayed for a long time in China as well. He is a Korea expert. In his presentation, I thought that a lot of it was very refreshing, and especially for the Korean researchers here, it provided us with a lot to think about. I would like to know whether the Korean identity should be looked at from the perspective of the neighboring countries. It's important to consider what the neighboring countries think of us and see us. So we have to look at our own identity and try to discuss that and find a sort of a consensus with neighboring countries based on what the neighboring countries think of Korea. And he also talked about how Korea and Japan as middle powers are not that different. And so if that is the case, then we have to cooperate further together.
세 분 토론자
Now we will be joined by three discussants. The first discussant is Yang Moon-soo, a professor at University of North Korean Studies. I'd like to invite Professor Yang to speak. Thank you. Could you show up my PowerPoint slides on the screen? Okay. So I learned very much from the three presentations. They were very refreshing and enlightening. And I'm joining the first session as a discussant and also share my observations and impressions on the three presentations. And Cho Han-bum pointed to or raised the issue of a peace economy. He gave a definition of peace economy, but there is not yet a consensus definition among scholars on peace economy. So people are understandably confused, and that should be a starting point if we talk about peace economy. What does it really stand for? And it has been a year since the peace economy idea was first proposed, but we don't yet have a concrete definition. And Professor Lee Il-young said that we do not have a in-depth discourse on this idea. But broadly, the peace economy talks about creating a positive feedback loop between economic development and advancing peace. So it involves both peace and economy, but you have to choose between them. The starting point should be building peace, because only after reaching a certain level of economic development can we expect much progress in building peace. And if we want to build North Korea's economy, we should create a foundation platform for peace beforehand. And such peace platform is a quid pro quo for embarking upon economic cooperation between the two Koreas, and that should be the starting point of the peace economy. Granted, building peace is not a sufficient condition for pulling off economic development. But although it is not a sufficient development, but the peace economy theory or discourse does put more emphasis on strengthening peace than developing economy. So that was my broad observation of the three presentations on a peace economy, and the first session was very impressive because most of the times when we have a session like this, presenters share views which give their views which are mostly different. And however, in this session, the presentations were complementary. They didn't stand alone. And it was almost like presenters talking to each other or making reference to the previous presentation or building on the points raised by the previous presenters. So there was a lot of communication between the three presenters. And oftentimes presenters touched upon the points raised by the previous presenter before giving his own views. So that was very interesting. So instead of giving my own independent view, I would like to share my view as an audience, as a listener. And I might raise questions, some explicit, some more implicit. And Mr. Cho Han-bum and Professor Lee Il-young raised some important questions or issues. The fact that we should not be too state-centric, And Professor Lee Il-young urged me to think not just about states or not just about inter-Korean relations. We should be more broader in our perspective. And Professor Lee Il-young pointed to the importance of looking the world system, world regime, inter-Korean regime, or domestic regime in Korea from a holistic, a single perspective. And the inter-Korean relationship should take precedence is a view shared by the public, but Lee Il-young pointed to the importance of considering both the regime at the world level and at the domestic level. And he talked a lot about the ongoing US-China standoff, and I very much bought his argument. And Miura said that Korea is taking a much stronger interest in playing a much active role with ASEAN countries, and Miura said that he was very much impressed by Korea's active stance. And Professor Lee Il-young said that we should put more emphasis on engaging southern countries than northern countries, because at least at the moment, making concrete progress with China or Russia may be difficult. So instead, we should opt to engage ASEAN countries or Japan. Let's look at this in more detail. Russia may not have a lot of stake in East Asia, but China may be different. There are some other scholars who are interested in this topic, and some of them have proposed a notion of trilemma. And speaking of a trilemma, first it entails a denuclearization and the new Korean Peninsula regime and US-Korea alliance, and all three of them cannot be pursued in tandem. Pursuing one must come at the expense of another. So a lot of factors are at play, and Sino-DPRK alliance must be taken into account. It is a very important factor. We neglect it at our peril. And Lee Il-young referred to the importance of building a network between Japan, China, and Korea. However, DPRK is closing itself to the outside world. It has sealed itself off. So engaging North Korea will not make much progress, and it would be very difficult to circumvent or bypass China to surround North Korea through engagement, because North Korea virtually sealed itself off from the outside world. So how can we approach North Korea given such situation, especially if we consider the impact of Sino-DPRK relationship? And there has been a lot of talk about promoting or pushing through energy projects, building railway networks. However, are they really feasible? Would building a railway network really create economic benefits that we have expected? As that was another very important point raised by Professor Lee Il-young. And we should not be absorbed by the standoff between US and China. And it is a very daunting prospect. And Dr. Miura raised a very important point that Korea, I think, thinks too much about how it is perceived by the outside powers, by major powers, because whenever Korea tries to make some diplomatic move, it cannot but think about the US-Korea alliance, but that may be too much thinking about the influence of outside powers, but it is understandable because this is a very challenging and complex issue. And North Korean refugees or embracing North Korean refugees are only some of the issues that are quite divisive here in Korea that has no relation to the influence of outside powers. So we have our own problems here in Korea as well, in addition to the issue that pertains to third parties, neighboring countries. And Dr. Miura made some comments on the new Korean Peninsula regime. He said that we should make this more active than passive, and Korea in the process should engage outside countries, not just in theory, but we should take concrete actions, and Korea should take responsibility commensurate with its enhanced profile and status. And we should think really hard about what responsibility we are willing to assume. And then, how should we? Another important point is how should we define our relationship with North Korea? However, there has not been much thought put on this. How should we define our relation with North Korea? And we need to address all of these vexing problems. Otherwise, the new Korean peace regime may just end as an empty talk among academicians. Thank you.
사무소 대표
Next, we would like to hear from Thomas Yoshimura, the resident representative in Korea for KS.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. I would first of all like to thank the KINU Institute for the invitation for today's conference, and I must apologize. Obviously, I'm the first and maybe the only one speaking to you in English this afternoon. I very much appreciate the opportunity to take part, to listen to the presentation, which I found of much interest, that I was given the chance for the translation, and I hope that the translation will work for you to understand what I'll be addressing you with in the next minutes. I was asked, I understand two tasks. The first one would be to share a few thoughts about me being a German, about the German and European perspective on factors in unification process and integration process in my country and my continent. On the other hand, to give a feedback on the presentations that I was listening to comment, because I'm a discussant. And I would like to kick off some discussions in that regard and just give and ask for some feedback then again. So I'll try to make it very brief what I'm about to say, and then maybe we have a chance to have another reflection from the experts. I think when I thought about presenting, of course, European and German experience, despite the fact that you have heard a lot of it and you're studying it, of course, and I must not tell you about it, it would be very hard challenge, of course, to summarize this. So I would just restrain myself to give some levels that I think were very important, and then underline them with some examplic thoughts, rather. So I think what you need or what was deciphered in the process took place at different levels. Of course, you had some individuals. I'm representing the Konrad Adenauer Foundation. So at the beginning of a European integration process, you have political decision makers that were standing up for some ideas and some concepts, as we're discussing today. Another concept for the Korean Peninsula and the Northeast Asian, or the Pacific region, Asian Pacific region. So it takes certainly those ideas and the decision makers that stand up for the ideas and live those. Charles de Gaulle, Konrad Adenauer were the beginning of a process for Europe. We have Helmut Kohl in the Christian Democratic Union that I'm affiliated with throughout my organization, that of course made some right decisions at the right time and gave those ideas into the progress. Of course, it's the two parts of the country that is divided in the case of a divided nation. Their direct relations should be a very important part of the process always. They should be what approaches you take in the direct relations between them, of course, is decisive at the state level. And then it's, of course, the people within those parts of the country that there's those different levels within the parts of the country, the societies that play a very crucial role and played a crucial role in the case of the German unification. Without that people that the Germans are and that thought that never perished, of course, that would have been not successful. And then there's a regional level, so the neighboring countries, as it was mentioned here in the presentations also, supporting both, of course, the European integration and the integration of a region. You have to look at the regional level, but also that is true for the unification process of a country, as it was for Germany. So what the neighbors thought about it and how we communicated those ideas throughout the process, of course, made the direction differ throughout the years. And of course, the global environment. And that is again true for what was the post-Second World War order for Europe, what design was taken, what ideas were there, in what era did it take place, and what led finally to the German unification in the year 99, right close, of course, to the end of the Soviet Union and that end of, or perceived end of a Cold War era at the time. I think that many of those levels were reflected in the presentation that I heard, so I was also very glad, as was just already mentioned, we had a special kind of set of presentation. They matched each other. They also complement what I had in thoughts coming here on Europe and German cases. So the personalities, the idea, the whole conference is about the concept that is put forward by Korea at the time, and I heard that a lot in Professor Lee's presentation. First, the two parts and the inter-Korean relations. Dr. Mimura pointed that out very intensively in his presentation. Both Dr. Cho about the association theory, that was where saw most reflected the different levels in the society and where the people have to be interconnected on a different level, so associating the people or the parts of the people in the two parts of the country. The presentation by Dr. Mura himself, or itself, is a reflection of looking at the regional level, but I think all of the presenters did that. And you outlined very much the importance of the global environment. I think the US and China were mentioned many, many times for good reasons. And yeah, well, that's obviously sharing that thought. Another thing, though, that also was reflected partly in the presentation I would like to add, you look at, of course, past cases, other cases, looking at, for example, European or German cases. But then you have to analyze the differences, of course, in the present situation to find the way forward. I think you're well aware of it. We're doing it. You talked a lot about the presentation. I'm looking forward to point out or to name some points I would like to discuss in that regard. But analyzing, looking at the present situation can also be the starting point only for such processes. Some of the points I find very interesting in the presentation, I'll just name them and give maybe a few seconds only. Dr. mentioned something about the risk society, starting with citing a German intellectual there. So, and you said that the current situation of COVID-19 brought us closer to that risk society, and those risks are, of course, democratic. I found that an interesting remark, though I would just wanted to say, which is not connected to many, maybe some of the other points to be mentioned, but how democratic was it? It's affecting, of course, different countries differently. Nicely, you said Germany is one of the success stories in the current situation. Certainly, South Korea is much more, I must admit. And but we're differently affected, given the conditions that we were in before it hit. But the other point, and it was repeated also by Dr. Lee, Professor Lee afterwards, about the end or the new Cold War area, you named it, and it was all about the conflict between the US and China, and maybe this is something connecting too much the situation on the peninsula with the US-China conflict makes it, of course, hard in comparison to a European or German situation. As I said, the German unification took place at the end of some perceived at the conflict between the Soviet Union and the United States, whereas the rivalry between US and China is certainly not ending in years in the next years, but we're rather intensifying our discussions on that. So looking at that global perspective, there might be a rather dim outlook if you put there too much connection between them, but certainly there is. But how much is the situation on the Korean Peninsula defined by that rivalry, and how much is the development, the perspective for the region and regional integration here in this part of the world defined by that rivalry? How much do you want it to be? So it was Professor Lee that said in that regard, also different to the European situation. China is too dominant and the US too much involved here. I don't know if it was too different Europe and how much the US was involved there, but certainly on the other side of maybe that rivalry or that conflict, there's a certainly different situation compared to what Europe is facing. I only have 30 seconds left, I believe, so I would just add a few remarks on the presentation by Dr. Mimura also, which I found very remarkable because he focused so much, or he started with the public diplomacy and how much it is important to have that dialogue and be clear about your intentions and have them understood both in the neighboring countries as states and populations. So I think also, again, for European German situation, only with a dialogue with, or making clear where our intentions were heading, that was be open about it and also understand that there's different perspectives from different countries was very important and is still very important, because also the European integration process is not something that was steadily heading with steady pace in the direction we're heading, but there were also, of course, different directions we tried to take before reaching where we came, and we're still ongoing. Thank you.
감사합니다. 여러분
Yes, thank you very much. I think, as you've heard, you were able to see that the unification situation on the Korean Peninsula and German situation, there were some commonalities and definitely some differences. While there were definitely some differences between the Korean Peninsula and Germany, I think that there are some similarities that we have to consider. So, for example, German unification in a post-Cold War era and the Korean Peninsula situation right now in a new Cold War era amidst the US-China trade dispute. I think that there are many differences, but there are some similarities as well. The US-Soviet tension and US-China tension, that was eerily similar, but there are also definitely some differences as well. So thank you very much. I think we have about 16 minutes left. I have asked the organizers for about 5 more minutes. We're supposed to end at 4 p.m., but I think we can take maybe about 5 more minutes. I'd like to give Mr. Nam 10 minutes. And following that, we would like to ask Professor Cho to respond for about 5 minutes, followed by 5 minutes by Professor Lee, and 5 minutes by Dr. Mitsuhiro Mimura. 2 minutes each for you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you. So all of the discussions and presentations have been very informative and systematic understanding the new Korean Peninsula regime. And Dr. Mimura had a very interesting presentation, and I would like to make some comments on that presentation. And Dr. Mimura introduced Japanese perspective to us on the situation in the Korean Peninsula, and we can take the Korean peace process to put the situation in Japan in context. So that is a connection between, I think, my remarks and Dr. Mimura's presentation. The new Korean Peninsula regime or Korea peace process involves Japan, so Japan plays some role in this, so we should understand what role Japan's play and what impact the Japan-DPRK relationship will have. And peace economy assumes that there is such thing as a society in Northeast Asia. However, international society, at least in Northeast Asia, is absent, and therein lies a difficulty of promoting Korea peace process and new Korean Peninsula regime. And Japan may be responsible for that challenge. I'd like to raise this point. There are 6 players in East Asia defined by bilateral relationship. So there are 15 bilateral relationship, 5 plus 4 plus 3 plus 2 plus 1, 15 bilateral relationship. inter-Korean relationship and U.S. DPRK relationship and so on. However, they were almost absent. So it is difficult to say which one was stronger, shallower, deeper, or better because there were a relationship between some of the players. So talking about the different levels of relations between bilateral relations between players was pointless, and it is important to find North Korea's position in Northeast Asia with the assistance of the United States and Japan, because North Korea cannot stand alone, and it speaks to the need for normalizing DPRK's relation with neighboring powers, but we are not seeing much progress, and that is one of the challenges we are facing. And however, Japan's role is strangely absent in Northeast Asia, despite the country's importance. And we are bound by some institutional constraints, one of which is inter-Korean relationship and U.S.-China relationship. And when the widescreen television was first introduced, you may have been treated to some specters like a soccer game, and only by watching a wide screen with very high resolution can you see some scenes or details on a screen. And to make an analogy, some ball strangely disappeared out of view, nowhere to be seen again. And one of the absent player that was not on the screen was Japan. So what explains such absence or comparatively little role played by Japan, which was outside the screen? There have been efforts to turn the armistice agreement or the current situation so that we can declare an end to war, which was, however, not an easy process. When Korean War ended, Japan thought that the current situation, which is neither a war or peace situation, will continue. Japan assumed that such situation will continue. And that notion that Korean War is neither present but not definitely ended either. That notion defined Japan's foreign policy for the past several decades. And if South Korea reached out to the DPRK, Japan was mostly in opposition. And after the Korea peace process was launched in 2008, Japan saw itself little role to play because Japan still thought that the Korean War has not ended yet, and Korean peace process may have been undermined by Japan, at least judging by the movement from the country. And that is due to the role or the notion of Japan. And Japan is at one point tried to change or adjust the pace of the Korean peace process, but at the same time it tried to adapt to the pace of the Korean peace process, which means that Japan was at some points being more active in trying to use the Korean peace process to its interest, but broadly, North Korea very much distrust Japan. And that was even stronger than Japan's distrust towards DPRK. And after 2002, at least looking at the behavior or movement of Japan, we can conclude that Abe was at the helm in designing Japan's foreign policy. However, Abe was strongly distrusted by the DPRK, and that put some constraints on improving relations between Japan and DPRK. And after Abe took office as a prime minister, Japan adopted 3 principles in its relation to the DPRK, the most important of which was settling the issue of abductees. And this abductees issue was a very divisive and vexing agenda between DPRK and Japan. And at long last, Stockholm Agreement was reached, but North Korea declared that this Stockholm Agreement is no longer tenable, after which DPRK-Japan relation deteriorated to an even worse situation before the Stockholm Agreement was reached. And Suga may not deviate much from Abe's position in its relation to the DPRK, but I think we can see some subtle differences or changes from Suga's administration, and I very much like to hear from Dr. Mimura on this. What changes Suga, a new prime minister, newish prime minister, will bring? There are no grand changes observable, at least at the moment, and Suga and Prime Minister Suga made some remarks on this topic, on the abductees, and Japan raised three issues in relation to the DPRK. And the first was the issue of abductees, and Abe is Suga is still very insistent on settling on this abductee issue. But as for the point 2 and 3, he is not raising this very much. So I think at least that is a positive development. Not talking too much about issue 2 or 3. Although Japan is very still strong or insistent that this abductee issue must be settled, however, if Japan continues to stick to this abductee issue, then the Japan DPRK relation will not see much improvement. And peace economy was talked a lot, and given a conducive environment, then Japan may make some contribution to building North Korea's economy, and Japan may have its own intention in mind. However, we have to read between the lines to understand what Japan is really thinking. And next, ROK and Japan relations. Out of 15 bilateral relationships, Korea, Japan's bilateral relationship was relatively strong, but it made a turn for the worst, which reached to the point of almost, I would say, zero of late. And in 1998 and 2002, there were 3 joint statements issued by the two Koreas and Japan, and that hinged on strong cooperative relationship between ROK and Japan. However, the situation turned sour between Japan and Korea recently. And what would the relationship between Korea and Japan post COVID-19? I think the zero relationship which has reached the point of 0 may return to the point of 1. We can expect a more positive development. So Japan can gain trust from the DPRK and ROK, and it can turn the relationship which has reached 0 into 1. And we can take the pages from the 2002 Joint Declaration and Stockholm Agreement. And those agreements and joint statements could serve as a starting point in initiating or reigniting Japan's bilateral relationship between the two Koreas. So, provided Suga may be more forthcoming, provided there are some changes in the air on the part of Suga, I think we can expect some improvement between the relationship between Japan and the DPRK. Thank you for listening. Okay, now Cho Han-bum. I'd like to invite Cho Han-bum to speak.
Can you set the timer for 5 minutes? Thank you very much. So we've had the opportunity to hear from Professor Lee and Professor Mimura, who commented on my presentation. And I think the reason for that is that Professor Lee has said that this issue of the new Korean Peninsula regime is not something that is discussed very much both in the academic circles or even by the government, because I feel that the concept of a new Korean Peninsula regime is something that condenses our concepts and our dilemmas over the last decades, and they've just provided this new Korean Peninsula regime. And they've thrust this out there, but they're not really making a lot of a headway on this. instead of taking a very substantive step-by-step approach, they're doing a stop-and-go approach. So they try to proceed with the process, but when there's a deadlock in inter-Korean relations, then they stop. So in the past, I've actually proposed a new Panmunjom regime. The government has taken that and decided to rename a new Korean Peninsula regime. I think that this is a very long-term assignment, and I know that we do have some representatives from the Ministry of Unification, but we have to take a very long-term approach to this, and we shouldn't really think about short-term objectives. And I've also thought about a Northeast Asia and Korean Peninsula new order, because we are here representing countries from East Asia, ROK, and DPRK is part of that. In my presentation, I do have mentioned many different nationalistic concepts, but I think that the hegemony between the U.S. and China is very drastic. The outlook is very dreary. I think that takes up about 40% of all of our concerns. When there was the Pacific War, I think at the time, the counterpart to the U.S. was only about 50% of the GDP. Soviet Union, at its highest, took about 40% of the U.S. GDP. I think also for Japan, when it was 40% of the GDP, it entered into the last decade, but now China is taking up 68% of the GDP. So whether it's President Biden or President Trump, this U.S.-China trade war is going to get even. The U.S.-China war is going to get even worse. This conflict is going to get even worse. I think that the ROK can be a hub to try to solve this, because the U.S. and China do not have an opportunity to try to resolve this issue. But for ROK, we do have an opportunity. It's dismantling the division of the Korean Peninsula. So when we try to start to resolve the division issue of the Korean Peninsula, then that can lead to a better outcome for U.S. and China as well. So when I say that ROK can be a hub, I'm not saying that we're going to dominate over all of the neighboring countries in a sort of a hegemony position, but that this hub can also be an enabling factor to benefit the neighboring countries, including U.S. and China. So that is why the ROK has this assignment. We have this homework that we have to do, and by doing this homework, we can lead to a reorganization of a new order for Northeast Asia and for the world. I think I have about 1 minute and 30 seconds left now, but I think for the second session roundtable, that former Mayor Tadayoshi Akiba might provide us with some insightful comments. Several years ago, he provided me with a book by Steven Pinker, Better Angel of Our Nature. The Better Angels of Our Nature. Despite the massive casualties and the damages of the First and Second World Wars, that the absolute volume of the damage has continued to go down. So the entire absolute volume of the total violence perpetrated has gone down over the years. We see the order, the Japanese order, then Chinese order, and this current order on the Korean Peninsula. This is at the detriment of all of the neighboring countries. As I mentioned before, because this is impacting our life world. So we have to solve this issue. Where are we going to start? We can start with the Korean Peninsula, because this is where violence is really condensed down because of nuclearization and division. And this can lead to a new order for Northeast Asia. And it's an active order, something that is not imposed. But in fact, it is somewhat imposed because of a U.S.-China conflict. But in any case, if we can be more active, we can move beyond that with a new Korean Peninsula regime and peace economy.
Professor Lee, you have 2 minutes. And Professor Yang asked a question, and that may require very long explanation. How can we make sure that we will not be absorbed into U.S.-China tension? And that is a very difficult question to answer in a short period of time. And to cut long story short, we should just put up with this and be strategically patient, to not be swept into the whirlwind of U.S.-China tension. And this points to the rediscovering of the importance of being passive, because moving too much in the context of U.S.-China tension may be counterproductive for Korea. And AI, artificial intelligence, autonomous vehicles, semiconductors are only some of the industries where US and China are competing, and talks about like rekindling economic projects between the two Koreas may not do much given in the context of US-China conflict, and the same point must be driven to North Korea as well, taking stock of the US-China situation. And the tension between Japan and Korea on semiconductor industry was small scale, minuscule, nothing in comparison to the gigantic struggle between the United States and China, because on September 15th, US launched a series of retaliatory measures against Huawei, which put Huawei in a very difficult situation because United States is almost trying to exclude China from the semiconductor industry in the complex process of semiconductor manufacturing, which might seriously disrupt and challenge existing international order. So what should you make of this movement of the United States and China? The United States has 2 options and China has 3 options. I'm afraid I'm getting too long. There are economic options and military options for the United States, and as for China, it may adopt an isolationist approach. It may reach out to the EU, or it may try to engage Taiwan or Korea, or more specifically, it may try to build a new supply channel with TSMC of China. And I beg to use about 20 to 30 seconds more. And Konrad Adenauer was mentioned, and Moon Jae-in administration has hit a lot of brick walls, particularly building a new Korean peace regime would be very important for us, because he could be one of his major achievements, because he cannot expect much to make much progress in economics or taming the skyrocketing housing prices or other areas. And I think making progress in the North Korean Peninsula regime may be the most promising. So we should take a more active stance on passivity of Korea's foreign policy. That is a very important notion. And I'd like to invite Nimura Michihiro for a 2-minute talk.
Thank you very much to Professor Nam for your comments. I'd like to begin with my answer. Now, what are some changes we're witnessing with the Suga administration? I think, simply put, in the Abe administration, the abductee issue was sort of used domestically to try to hold on power to the administration. This means that if Abe felt that if they resolve the abductee issue, then nobody would pay more attention to the Abe administration. This was a strategic sort of a situation for Abe. But in the Suga incoming administration, they see this as a diplomatic issue. If necessary, I think that Japan can engage in a normalization of relations and establishment of diplomatic ties and even economic aid. However, militarily speaking, Japan cannot engage outright with DPRK, only maybe perhaps economically. Maybe if there's some advancements in DPRK-US ties, then there can be some wherewithal for Japan to provide economic aid. And if that happens, then I think Japan would step up even more. I think that might happen in the near future, but until then, I don't think that Japan would have a lot of room for maneuver.
Thank you, Dr. Mimura. So the topic of the first session was the new Korean Peninsula regime and peace economy in the Korean Peninsula. And at the risk of exaggerating, I think this is the first standalone conference and serious discussion of the new Korean peace regime and peace economy. And I hope to see such informative and rich and enlightened discussion on this very important topic, promoting the new Korean Peninsula regime and peace economy to promote peace and prosperity between the two Koreas and in Northeast Asia and across the world. That is my hope. And I'd like to thank the moderator, presenters, and discussants, and to KINU. We will have a short break. Thank you for being with us. Thank you. We will have a short break, and we'll see you again in 4:15.
예, 감사합니다. 시간이
Thank you. It's now time to start the second session, session 2. And the topic of session 2 is suggestions for peace and prosperity of Korean Peninsula and East Asia. It will take the form of a roundtable discussion. It will be moderated by Kim Hyung-gi, former Vice Minister, Ministry of Unification.
네.
Good afternoon. Welcome to session 2. I'm Kim Hyung-gi and I will moderate session 2. And this event has been organized by KINU under the theme of the new Korean Peninsula regime and peace economy. I am very delighted to be part of this event, and I'd like to thank the organizers of today's conference, including Ko Yo-han, President of Korea Institute of National Unification. And we had session 1, and we had presenters and discussants who explained and shared their views on the new Korean Peninsula regime and peace economy. They talked about a lot of methodologies and preconditions that must be met before we build the new Korean Peninsula peace regime. And the second session also features acknowledged experts in this field, and they will share their insights and views and make proposals for building peace and prosperity on the Korean Peninsula and East Asia. And we will have a roundtable discussion for the second session. Obviously, we do not have a round table. We are seated, not in a round table, obviously, but as a straight line. But now, diving into the topic, we are on the cusp of momentous changes in Northeast Asia against a background of intensifying confrontation between the United States and China, and a lot of important pillars that maintained order, including the San Francisco Agreement, are being dismantled, which are being replaced by new orders. And the strategic rivalry between the United States and China has morphed into competition in state-of-the-art technologies and other areas. And both sides, the United States and China, are trying to enlist friends and partners to grow their spheres of influence. And Northeast Asia is locked in a high degree of uncertainty, and denuclearization also created more uncertainty in the region. Some parties, I think no parties are not interested in promoting peace and prosperity in denuclearizing North Korea. At least that may be what they're thinking, but a lot of countries are doing things that do not promote at all the cause of achieving denuclearization. We are seeing all too many cases of confrontation, rivalry, and tension. And would there be any solution to all of these challenges? Can we truly achieve peace and prosperity in Northeast Asia? Can Korea, China, and Japan build a community of like-minded countries? And what form it will take if we do have such a community? These are tasks that should be handled by the governments, but if that is not feasible, the private sector, the civic society, may make some contribution. And in what way, what part can the civil society play? And we have continued on this precarious situation, the armistice structure, and this situation continued for the past 73 years, and the current situation demands a change, and this might entail a change in the Korean Peninsula. And change in the Korean Peninsula, conversely, in turn, would rewrite orders in Northeast Asia. Can Korea take a leading role in reshaping orders in Northeast Asia? And all of these are pressing agendas for us. And these are topics that will be discussed today. And I'm sure you may have a lot of questions, so you may be eager to listen to the insights and wisdom of our panelists today. And allow me to introduce each panelist in turn. First, we have a Venerable 법륜 스님, a chairperson of the Peace Foundation. Next, we have Mr. Baek-Hak-sun, a president of Sejong Institute. And we also have Mr. Tadatoshi Akiba, former mayor of Hiroshima City. Due to the ongoing pandemic, Mr. Akiba is joining this event online. So please greet him with a big round of applause. And last but not least, we have Professor Chiang Yi-jin, a professor who is a professor at the Center for North and South Korean Studies of Yongbyon University. And all of our panelists are well known, so I don't think I need to give you a lengthy introduction. And before we dive into this second session, we would listen to the suggestions from each panelist in promoting peace and prosperity of Korean Peninsula and East Asia. And a panelist will give the remarks for 10 minutes each, followed by a more interactive discussion, and that will cap our second session, which will end at 6 p.m. And panelists will talk in the order they were introduced. So I'd like to invite Venerable 법륜 스님 to talk first.
이런 자리에 참여 초대.
Thank you very much for inviting me to this roundtable discussion. I know I'm here among great minds. I don't think I belong in this panel, but I did oblige the organizers because they were kind enough to grant me an invitation. The last 19th century and the 20th century, the world was shaped by Europe and the West, so Europe and the US, together constituting the West. But now in the 21st century, early on in the 21st century, be it for good or bad, it's East Asia that is surfacing as the center hub for various global concerns and global issues. In the past century, we've seen the struggles among many different European nations, and then with the rise of the US, this led to the US-Soviet conflict, and these were really what led to the different challenges for the world. But now we're seeing the challenges shift over to East Asia, and we're seeing the fight for hegemony between the US and China, and that is overwhelming the rest of the world. Many countries in East Asia have no choice but to be swept up by this huge tide. After the two world wars, European countries have gone through their share of conflict and confrontation, and so they've gone beyond their former antagonism, tried to engage in more future-oriented relations. So with Germany and France leading the movement, they've seen the integration of the European continent with the EU. However, we have not seen something similar like that in Asia. We are still stuck in very nationalistic tendencies that date back to the earlier centuries, and that is still true to this day. So if we were to look back on our history, the countries in East Asia that saw a lot of confrontation and conflict, which led to many unfortunate wars, we should learn from that and try to have peace and prosperity on the Korean Peninsula. So, and there is this very real possibility that we can have that in the future. We have to be able to get those historical lessons so that we can learn from our past mistakes and become wiser. We don't want to make the same mistakes that they had in the Atlantic. We want to be wise and prudent in resolving this situation in the Korean Peninsula and Northeast Asia so that we can have peace and prosperity, mutual prosperity for East Asia. That is the direction we want to take in the future. But with this conflict between U.S. and China, this U.S.-China tension is just so great. The vortex is so great that it is sucking in all of these nations in Northeast Asia, as if we are drawn by this huge magnet. And now there is this possibility that we can go see more confrontation. Japan might see more confrontation with China, and maybe the U.S. would also engage in more tensions with Russia. And DPRK will also have more escalating tensions with Japan and the United States, which will make them closer to China. So we would see this conflict structure again. All these different nations have their own interests. But from this big framework, the 30th parallel on the Korean Peninsula is sort of functioning as a border for these different blocks. And this is unfortunate for not just the Koreans, but for all of Northeast Asia as a whole. And we have to be very wise and prudent in resolving this issue. How can we overcome this issue? This U.S.-China dispute, where countries like Korea and Japan are stuck in, what can we do to try to balance out this issue? Instead of getting swept up in this fight for hegemony, perhaps we can engage in better cooperation so that the U.S.-China tension might not spark into a huge escalated tension on the Korean Peninsula or Northeast Asia. This is what everyone in China, Japan, and Korea, and even the DPRK should look into and really study. I don't think that it is impossible. So, for example, maybe the RK government has to think about what it can do to try to maintain balance and remain neutral in the U.S.-China dispute. Of course, it's easier said than done, because in the very long history of course relations, when there is a conflict, Korea usually sides with the U.S., and this means that China will be disappointed, and that could lead to more tension between Korea and China. So, in that regard, although the division might not be resolved right away, hopefully we can manage division and unification to try to bring about more peace and prosperity for this region. This could be something that is a very long-term goal, and in that process, we can do our best to try to bring about peace. And in that regard, I think that Korea working as a balancer between the U.S. and China, I think that it's a great ambition, but I don't know if it's exactly realistic. The DPRK and China will side closely together. Korea will side with the U.S. And if there is a stalemate between Korea and DPRK, then that would be bad, but perhaps China can take in more of accountability of DPRK, And the U.S. should try to have better relations with Korea. And while we do that, if the ROK can manage better relations with the DPRK, then perhaps we can get out of this quagmire. Because Korea cannot do this by itself, perhaps Japan can participate. Japan is a great economic power, but not at the level of the US and China. So instead of just siding with one party absolutely, maybe Japan can work together with Korea while also trying to maintain some balance between the US and China. Oh, this would not just benefit into Korean relations, but also U.S. China and Japan-China relations as well. We cannot solve this issue if we continue to remain mired in the past regime, in the past framework. I think that with the cooperation with two Koreas, Korea-Japan and DPRK-Japan, that could bring about future benefits. So instead of trying to work from cooperation and getting to the benefits, maybe we can start out from the benefits and use that to convince the counterparties to aim towards cooperation. Because if we also see the situation in Germany and Europe, instead of looking into the past, they try to see into the future, which is what Germany and France did in arguing for the need of an European coal and steel community. They foresaw the benefits that could come to the region and then use that as a starting point to engage in more cooperation. I think that in Korea and Japan, we always think about what we're going to do about the past. We have to resolve the past first. So instead of thinking about the past, we have to think about what benefits we can reap in the future through cooperation. And that is something we have to think about. That should be the starting point. And if there are some historical issues that we have to resolve, then maybe we can take that up as we go along. Maybe one side will say the past is unfortunate, and the other would say that maybe we should move on from the past, and that's how we can all together move on. And instead of just thinking about Korea-Japan relations, we should also work actively on improving DPRK-Japan relations, which would ultimately work for a good outcome for all of us involved. So I think that maybe that is a new kind of paradigm. Thank you very much.
육내 구성
So players in the region should use their centripetal force to address U.S. in response to U.S.-China attention, and instead of just being preoccupied with past historical issues, they should look ahead to build a vision for the future. So those were some of the proposals made by Venerable 법륜스님. Next, I'd like to invite Baek Hak-sun for his remarks. Good afternoon. Thank you. We are living in difficult times, but nonetheless, KINU organized a very important event on the new Korean Peninsula regime and peace economy. I'm grateful for being invited to the prestigious occasion. The new Korean peace regime is connected to our quest of building a peace community and economic community. And our ambition is to usher in an era of peace economy, and that is connected to building a peace community. We should also deconstruct the Cold War structure and turn the armistice agreement into a more permanent peace structure, and that is connected to building a peace community. So these two quests go hand in hand, building economic community and peace community. However, the stumbling blocks we have faced in the peace cause also made building an economic community difficult as well. So where should we put our focus? So issues of war and peace are areas where we need to make a breakthrough to bring us into an era of peace economy. So I'd like to share my observations, where we stand, what road we should take, and I'd like to make some suggestions for peace and prosperity. I was asked to make my suggestion for peace and prosperity, and I'd like to ask myself 3 questions followed by 3 answers, again presented by myself. And you may recall what happened in 2017 or late 2017. Tension was up in the air. The possibility of war loomed large over the Korean Peninsula in late 2017. And it was in early 2018 we have seen some dramatic changes on the Korean Peninsula. And when we reached a point at which we could not bear the tension any longer, we have seen some very dramatic, unexpected changes in 2018, only, however, to hit a brick wall afterwards. So we made this grand transition towards peace in 2018, early 2018. So I'd like to use the term grand or great transition, and what the Korean government called the peace process. And the possibility of war entailed the risk of a nuclear war. And the situation was very serious at the time, and without making a transition to peace, then the situation might get out of control. And such understanding spurred stakeholders to make some very bold decisions to promote peace. All interested parties, stakeholders, particularly the 2 Koreas, the United States, or leaders of these countries, made historic decisions that explain the changes we have witnessed in 2018. And I said the risk was overwhelming at the time in 2017. However, and that was a risk of a nuclear war, and I cannot stress this enough, the risk of a nuclear war. And United States government periodically issues its stance on nuclear weapons or nuclear arsenal. And such reports have been published in 2002 during the Clinton administration, 1994, I'm sorry, during the Clinton administration, and similar publication was issued in 2004 during the Bush administration, followed by publication in 2010, publication or a report during the Obama administration, and the latest publication was issued by the Trump administration. And after September 11th, so the nuclear stance report was issued by the United States on three occasions, and North Korea was explicitly mentioned as a country that had a nuclear arsenal. And in the Bush administration and Trump administration's report, no first use, or that phrase was denied. No phrase used, phrase or that principle was denied, at least against North Korea, which suggests that the United States might use nuclear weapons to North Korea preemptively. And in 2013, in March and April, U.S. and Korea conducted joint military exercise, and it was at the time that, for the first time in history, there was a very real possibility of nuclear war on the Korean Peninsula. However, this was followed by changes in September and October 2013. There tailored or targeted a strategy in response to North Korea's provocation was adopted, and a preemptive strike was a term that was first endorsed at the time by the U.S. and Korean government and the United States Pacific Command, which changed its name to Indo-Pacific Command, but at the time the name was Pacific Command. The United States Pacific Command published its a war plan, a strategy, and this took a concrete form since 2015 using a nuclear arsenal, and this resulted in the War Plan 2015, War Plan 2015. And War Plan 5027 was mostly defensive in nature before 2015. However, the War Plan, 5015 assumed that a preemptive strike would be possible against North Korea in contingency when a dramatic development occurs in North Korea. So the first move by the United States would be removing the leadership of the United States, of North Korea, DPRK, followed by a preemptive strike against strategic targets in North Korea, including its WMD facilities or strategically important targets. So those were the points included in War Plan 5015. So I am explaining these war plans in detail, and you may take these war plans in granted, particularly if you are a Korean. These war plans have been largely forgotten by Koreans, but this is a matter of life and death to North Korea because it assumes or adopts a notion of preemptive strike against North Korea, and I'm speaking from the position of a North Korean analyst. And North Korea took this war plan very seriously because nothing short of its survival was at stake. And let's get back to 2017 and 2018. North Korea reportedly developed a capability to install a nuclear warhead on top of an ICBM to directly attack the continental United States, which posed a serious threat to the United States. And the blood nose operation or other military strategies were reviewed or considered by the United States to prevent North Korea from using its ICBM to attack North Korea. But the U.S. administration, mindful of the possibility of retaliation from nuclear-armed North Korea, the United States changed its course. And addressing North Korea's nuclear threat must come from diplomatic, non-military means. It was a conclusion later made by the U.S. Trump administration, culminating in the dramatic historic Singapore summit in 2019, at which the parties pledged themselves to complete denuclearization, starting from initiatives on the security front and building a peace regime. And a lot of proposals were made and exchanged back and forth, and a lot of consent agreements were reached at the Singapore summit. And there were, however, some vested interest in foreign policy circles in Washington and in the White House, hardliners in the United States who had vested interest in the status quo, tried to disrupt or upend the consensus reached by Kim and Trump at Singapore, and that situation continued up until the Hanoi summit. And Steve Biegun made some positive exchanges with the DPRK at the negotiating table, but Pompeo, which were, however, not accepted, and in fact not accepted by Pompeo and John Bolton, and that explains the collapse of the Hanoi summit. There were some people in the U.S. foreign policy circles who were against reaching out to North Korea and who endorsed replacing the regime, inducing the regime change on the part of North Korea, just like Gaddafi of Libya was toppled. At least that was how North Korea read the situation. So North Korea changed its policy against the United States, and the situation since Hanoi continues up to this day. So I think I used most of my time. So I'd like to initially I try to ask 3 questions and give 3 answers to you, but I think I don't have enough time to continue on my present remarks, so I will leave it here.
Thank you very much. You talked about the U.S. and North Korea policy and different historic examples to ground your comments, and I think that is why we have gone a little bit behind our schedule. I think when it comes to the nuclear policy for the U.S., there is definitely the issue of having survival, which is why they led to the Singapore and Hanoi summits between the U.S. and DPRK. Next, We would like to hear from former Mayor Tadatoshi Akiba. We might need a little more time for connection issues. Mr. Akiba, are you there?
Can you hear me?
네, 말씀해 주십시오.
Yes, please continue. You have 10 minutes, sir.
Okay, and also, can you see the slide? Or should I show my face first? Do you hear me?
Yes, can hear.
Oh, okay. And I'd like to share the PowerPoint presentation with you first. So I am putting the, let's see, how do I do that? Okay. Do you hear me? Good afternoon. Welcome to Kim Young-gi, and I will moderate.
Yes, we can hear you and we can see the screen fine. Can you please begin?
Oh, okay. Fine. Let's see. I lost my screen. I'll go back. And this. Okay, let me start with this title. First of all, I would like to, thank you all for organizing this quite timely and important symposium. And because the Asian situation is, quite tense, and especially the relations between Japan and Korea are tenuous. And I would like to thank you, all the presenters so far, for very clear-headed, comprehensive, and universal presentations. I was able to learn a great deal because of that. But I'd like to focus on a more specific issue rather than comprehensive range of issues. That is nuclear weapon-free zone in Northeast Asia. And there are two reasons for concentrating on this. One is that, as many of you have mentioned, it is very important to choose a future goal that's shared by all the members concerned, rather than dwelling on the past and trying to resolve all the past issues before we go ahead to create a better future. And the second point is that within that framework, I believe that Japan should do a great deal more. And I would like to make a suggestion. And actually, as part of 1 and 2, I would like to emphasize the role of cities and citizens in resolving such issues. So first of all, I'd like to propose that our common future goal should be to create the Northeast Asia nuclear weapons free zone. And the idea is very simple. There are 6 countries that are the major players, within this region. And I would like to focus on North Korea, South Korea, and Japan, and I like to call them core countries, and Russia, China, and USA as the outermost countries. Okay, So China, DPRK, Japan, ROK, Russia, and USA. And the idea of Northeast Asian nuclear weapons-free zone consists of one, the three core countries, DPRK, Japan, and ROK, become nuclear free. And second, the outermost three countries, that is China, Russia, and the USA, promise that they do not use nuclear weapons against any of the three core countries. This is called the negative security assurance. I'm sure most of you know this term. Now, in order to create such a free zone, what should each country do? First of all, China. Oh, this is in alphabetical order, by the way. China does not have to do anything because it adopted no first use policy years ago. So there's China. DPRK should abandon its nuclear weapons and ICBMs, missiles. And third, Japan should persuade US to remove nuclear weapons from Japan and become completely nuclear free. I mean, nuclear free means that you do not have any nuclear weapons on your soil. It doesn't matter who owns those nuclear weapons. So, just we need to ask US to withdraw nuclear weapons from the Japanese soil. ROK, well, should do exactly the same. The situation between Japan and ROK are basically the same when it comes to the existence of nuclear weapons. Okay, then next, Russia. Russia should adopt no first use policy to the three countries that consists of the core. And lastly, USA. That has to carry the heaviest burden. First of all, US has to remove nuclear weapons from Japan and Korea. Then it should adopt no first use policy to the three core countries. However, the second part, no first use policy, could be acceptable to US because a large portion of the American population endorses such a policy. As a matter of fact, President Obama, in his final days, tried to implement this policy unilaterally. And so, it's not completely sort of out of blue that this suggestion sort of comes out in this fashion. Okay, so the important thing is that DPRK, Japan, and ROK actually carry these out. Now, in order for us to do this, I believe we need to actually cooperate even more. But in order to do that, I believe we should understand why we need nuclear weapons-free zones. Well, in order to sort of prove that, I would like to show you this map. The red area shows that that area is nuclear weapons-free. Actually, the entire southern hemisphere is nuclear weapons-free. Well, except there is a small portion just below the equator that the United States owns, and therefore it's not the entire southern hemisphere. However, technically it's the southern hemisphere and a little bit more in the northern hemisphere. All we need to do is to create nuclear weapons free zone in the Near East Asia. Now, in order for us to realize, such well, for some people, dream, I I want to convince you that it's not exactly a dream. It has a viable political force, which I'd like to show you by a specific example, and that is Scotland, Scottish independence. This was taken in the Scottish Parliament when many of the peace NGOs had a meeting, and so we all endorsed Scottish independence. The reason why Scotland's independence is important is that the main objective, I'm not sure whether you know this or not, was nuclear weapons-free Scotland. The referendum was held on September 18th, 2014, and the referendum was defeated, and therefore Scotland remains part of Great Britain even today. However, Scottish independence has been brewing for a long time. Scottish Parliament was reinstituted actually in 1999, and Scotland has gained much control over most domestic policy. And what's left basically was diplomacy, defense, and budget. And the purpose of Scottish independence was partly, well, there was an economic factor as well, but I will just leave that out of picture right now. After independence, Scotland will remain in EU, but will not join NATO. And in Great Britain, the only nuclear base is located in Scotland. And once Scotland gains independence, that nuclear base would be discarded and making Scotland nuclear weapons free. And actually, that was the main purpose for the peace activists working within Scotland. We had very many meetings where Scottish parliamentarians and other activists talked about nuclear weapons-free Scotland very, very enthusiastically. So here is a very good example that peace activities are not simply done by people for the good of their own, but actually it was carried out as a political, just a bona fide political sort of, let's see, agenda, within the regular framework of politics. So that shows that actually peace activism has matured very much, and creating a nuclear weapons-free area somewhere in the world, in the Northern Hemisphere, is not just a dream, it's a doable objective. Now, why did Scotland choose to pursue nuclear weapons-free Scotland? Well, one is that in the 1980s, so-called nuclear weapons-free municipalities movement started in Manchester, in England. And that means that cities declared themselves as nuclear weapons-free. And if all the cities in the world, all the municipalities, smaller units than countries, declare themselves nuclear weapons-free, then there'll be no area in the world where nuclear weapons could be placed, making the entire world nuclear weapons free. Okay, so within Scotland, all the municipalities declare themselves. And also they are members of Mayors for Peace. That is the organization that I was the president from 1999 to 2011. And its membership, after it announced the objective of 2020 vision, pursuing nuclear weapons-free world by 2020, quite rapidly. And all the Scottish cities are members of this organization. So as a result, geographically, if not legally or institutionally, Scotland is nuclear weapons free. Okay, so that's why Scotland pursued independence on this basis. Now, next, I would like to focus on Japan. As many people pointed out, Japan should do more to sort of in order to make Asia more peaceful and also friendly to each other. And that means that Japan needs to adopt many confidence building measures within Asia. However, here is another angle. As Dr. Cho mentioned, that there were two kinds of crisis, traditional and non-traditional. And non-traditional probably could mean ad hoc crisis or accidental crisis. And Fukushima great earthquake and tsunami was a good example of natural disaster, which was treated as an accident. But when you look at the Japanese history, and I'm sure that applies to most of the countries in the world and most areas in the world, that natural disasters actually take so many lives every year. So when I look at the statistics, the number of deaths by war in Japan since September 1945 is 0. However, the number of deaths by natural disasters each year exceeded 1,000 between 1945 and 1959. By the way, it's very strange that I tried to look at casualties by natural disasters, but they are very scarce in displayed in the network. And so this was the actual data I could find, over 1,000. But as you saw in the case of the Tohoku Northeast Japan earthquake, tens of thousands of people. And if the eminent Tokyo area and eastern part of southeastern part, I guess, of Japan earthquake hits within a decade, 2 decades, we don't know exactly, hundreds of thousands of people will die in that. So natural disasters, must be treated as part of the traditional crisis. And in order to cope with that, we need a fixed set of people dedicated to taking care of the results of natural disasters, and also to make preparations for coming natural disasters by reinforcing buildings and other possible measures that we could take. And this means that we could convert Japanese self-defense forces, maybe not entirely in the first place, but eventually. And this will lead to disarmament in Japan. And disarmament in this fashion, certainly proves Japan's seriousness and sincerity in abiding by Article 9 of the Constitution, which announces that Japan basically denounced war forever for whatever purpose. And by the way, that Abe administrations and liberal democratic parties' objective have been to change this article and nullifying the Japanese constitution and making Japan, taking Japan back to the pre-1945 era. So just going back to the past in its values has been a very strong motivation among some of the Japanese, including in Abe administration. Well, thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, thank you. You spent 9 minutes more. Yeah. Would you go on next turn. 저기 여기 바로 따라와 주죠. 예.
Yes, so we are having interpretation, yes? So you've spoken about Japan, and because our former mayor is joining us from Japan, I could not cut him off. I think he ran a little bit behind his time limit, so I would like to hurry up in my proceedings. Former Mayor Akiba talked about the need for this new nuclear weapon-free zone, that we have a future-oriented objective. And he proposed this nuclear weapons-free zone. And many of the major powers in this region would agree to a no-first-use policy. And he also cited the example of Scotland, how the municipalities, different cities would announce that they will be nuclear free. And he also proposed that perhaps Japan can transition their self-defense forces to a natural disaster rescue team.
모시겠습니다.
Last, I would like to invite Professor Jin Jang-yi.
예.
Thank you for inviting me to this conference. The new Korean Peninsula regime and peace economy are the topics of today's conference, and I have learned a lot from today's event, and I was involved in a research project studying the impact of the situation in Korean Peninsula and Northeast Asia, and so a lot of what was said today was very inspiring to me, so I'd like to share my thoughts, observations, and I'd like to take you to a broader perspective to interpret the ongoing situation. And you may well know that there were periods of prosperity in the history of human civilization. However, the most prosperous period may be the era after the end of the Cold War, at least in material terms, at least judging by the level of technological advancement. However, I think we have reached a inflection point of development, and by inflection point, I mean that new variables may force us to make new changes to adapt to the situation. So, taking stock of the current situation in Northeast Asia and Korean Peninsula, how can regional players cooperate? To draw up solutions, first we should understand the characteristics of the post-Cold War era, what challenges we face, what tasks await us. And we should look at these problems from a holistic perspective, and if we are successful in this, and I think we can get some useful alternatives or solutions. And after entering the Cold War, I think we can draw up two important characteristics that defines the post-Cold War era. The world order, the economic world order, was largely rewritten by the United States, and the United States took leadership of the global economic hegemony. The market economy underpinned the U.S. economy, and in that regard, promoting market economy, the United States made a very important contribution to the development of human civilization. However, the leadership of the United States, I think, has reached its limit. And the second defining characteristics of the post-Cold War era is as follows. The structural, ideological, and political factors of the post-Cold War must be considered In the post-Cold War era, cooperation was the norm. And there was a optimism that a cooperation could do anything. There were no problems that could not be solved through cooperation by the states. However, this optimism is facing some serious challenges. So how can we address this situation? How can we respond to the challenges? And United States became the undisputed power after the Cold War, and it built a market economy, capitalist order. It had a monopoly in rewriting a global economic role. However, on the part of the United States, it thought that it made a lot of investment in building new economic order, but a lot of other countries did not do their part. They were free riding. They were only benefiting from the rewritten international economic order, and those free riders, the beneficiaries in the eyes of the United States, included European countries and Japan and other Asian countries. And President Trump is particularly sensitive to this free riding problem, and Trump is trying to get these things right. And as I said, the United States rewrote the international rule after the end of the Cold War. However, the status of the United States as a hegemonic power has reached its limit, which means that we have to find a new rule for the world order. And the ongoing US-China standoff should not just be defined in economic terms. And it is not just about hegemonic rivalry. We should dive deeper into this. Attention, the United States is demanding all other countries to be responsible stakeholders so that they could take part in rewriting world order instead of United States doing everything. Second, the post-Cold War structure is being disintegrated. In the past, there was a dual structure, separation between economic and political sphere. And China opened up itself to the outside world, and despite the political tension between the United States and China, at least economically, there was a large degree of cooperation, hence the separation of economics and politics. But this situation has changed because nowadays all political issues are related to economic issues and vice versa. So political issues and economic agendas are inextricably linked. So that is why the existing world order has reached its limitation. And the same goes true to the relationship between Korea, Japan, Korea, China, because economic problems are politicized and political problems become economic issues. And that is the defining characteristics of the reshaping of world order. So in other words, cooperation in Northeast Asia, writing a new role in Northeast Asia, requires us to get an accurate picture, particularly get an accurate picture of the most important characteristics of the post-Cold War and what factors that have existed in the past after the Cold War are no longer valid. Like, we should understand the sentiment of the United States, which is furious over other countries' free riding, and that explains a series of policies announced by the Trump administration or the movement of the Trump administration. It has withdrew from a lot of international organizations, and I think the biggest lesson we can take from these latest developments from the United States is that the hegemony built by the might of the United States can go into decline if the power of the hegemonic state wanes. Then what order do we need in Northeast Asia in its place after the decline of the United States? The United States claimed monopoly on a global power in the past. However, the United States at the moment can only do so much. and building a new order. So all countries should be mindful of their responsibilities, their mandates, and they should understand what order is in their best interest. And international organizations like the United Nations should be empowered and should take a much larger world. Only then can we create a new world order. Second, so their economic and political issues are no longer separated. And how should we address this? We should restore the separation of political and economic issues, this dual structure. And that dual structure should be rebuilt with concrete actions. And that means we should create a new mechanism of resolving ongoing issues, not least in the Korean Peninsula, which is marred in a lot of vexing problems. Had we separated in political economic issues in the past in the Korean Peninsula, then we would have been able to solve a lot of the problems. But political and economic issues are tangled in a web of complex challenges, and we should address this. And that means we should build a global order with a supporting system. So I think I used most of my time, so I'll stop here. Thank you. Thank you. Professor Cheon Lee-jin walked us through the most important characteristics of the post-Cold War order. One was the waning influence of the United States as an undisputed hegemonic power, which is a very interesting suggestion or observation. And China grew on the back of the economic order built by the United States, so China became the biggest beneficiary of the rewritten global order after the end of the Cold War. And the United States is thinking that other countries are free riding, and that is why it is withdrawing from the WTO and other international organizations, because it thinks that its interests have not been served. And second, political and economic issues were mixed. A failure to separate economic and political problems created a lot of problems. That was another issue pointed out by Professor Cheon Ji-yoon. So we have listened to each panelist 10 minutes each, which were very insightful and enriching. Now we will move on to a more interactive discussion with no specific order. So you are free to say anything or give your comment on the suggestions made. You can build on what have been proposed. You can add your own comments. So who will speak first? I'd like to, Venerable 법륜스님, you can say a few words.
예, 사람이 이렇게 갈등을
I think that there are three reasons why people engage in conflict. When there is a fight over self-interest, and secondly, sometimes maybe you will fight anyway, even if it comes as a loss for you because someone has hurt your pride. Or thirdly, maybe you engage in conflict because you are foolish and you don't know any better. So this means that you are bringing about your own downfall. I think we're witnessing in East Asia, first of all, there are many nations who are fighting over their own self-interests. But will they enjoy more benefits by fighting each other, or will they enjoy more benefits through cooperation? I think for Korea and Japan, we have to really think about whether we can have more benefits when we fight with each other, or if we can have more benefits if we have more cooperation. And the same goes for the two Koreas. I think that is the approach that we have to take. And secondly, in the case of the DPRK, For the DPRK, they're not necessarily engaging in all these tensions because of their self-interest, but it's more because of their pride. I think of all of the 6 countries in Northeast Asia, the DPRK is the only nation that is feeling a threat to their regime's survival. So I think this means that the neighboring countries have to better understand, because I think there is a difference between the posturing of a country that does not feel a threat to its imminent survival versus a country that is feeling a threat to its own regime, which is why we often talk about regime guarantee, security guarantee. That can be something that is a prerequisite in DPRK-Japan relations or DPRK-US relations, that the weapons of mass destruction developed by DPRK can be something that will be given up by the DPRK once there is a security guarantee. We have to talk about that from the point of view of having peace and prosperity to convince them to give up the WMD after they have received some security guarantee. But because if we just push DPRK without offering any guarantees and asking them to give up their WMDs, even if the rest of the world thinks that is the justified course, the DPRK might still feel very violated and threatened. And so that is another concern. Thirdly, I think 1 century ago, Europe has gone through something similar to what we're seeing right now in East Asia. So we have to learn from Europe's past and try to indirectly see that as something that is similar to what we're seeing right now, to try to be wise in overcoming the situation in Northeast Asia. So instead of isolating a country, we have to recognize all of each other's self-interests and try to find common ground. And we have to take an open attitude, not just think about ourselves, not just think about Korea or the Korean Peninsula, but we also have to be mindful of the neighboring countries. The other countries would also see what happens in the Korean Peninsula and try to go in the direction where at least it doesn't hurt their self-interest. So we have to identify those alternatives before we engage in dialogue, and I think that is how we can solve the problem. Now, I know this sounds very abstract, but that is what I wanted to say. I think we only think about our own point of view, what we need, what our interests are, and that's the a standpoint by which we evaluate the situation, which means that we're just all wasting time, and the conflict is only getting deeper and worse. Yes, thank you very much.
I'd like to invite President Peck for your remarks. I mentioned the nuclear stance report published by the U.S. government and joint military exercises of the U.S. and ROK, or war plan drawn up by the United States. So, to address this issue, if we want to build a permanent basis for peace, resolve nuclear issues once for all, we should engage in negotiation, which means that we should prepare to talk with our counterpart. And it also means that we should recognize the interests, not just ourselves, but our counterparties as well. So we should understand what the other side is thinking. And Pom Sunim identified the causes of tensions or interstate rows. And if we think about the cause of the nuclear problem, it is not about removing the nuclear arsenal of the United States, it is denuclearizing North Korea. And negotiation over missile arsenals is not about removing the missiles of the United States, but dismantling the ICBMs of the DPRK. So we should take into consideration North Korea's position. For North Korea, such demand may seem very unreasonable, unacceptable, and asymmetric, because only North Korea has obligations. So we should put ourselves into the shoes of North Korea We naturally, understandably, are concerned with the threat from North Korea, but on the part of North Korea, it is taking the threat from United States very seriously, a point that must be understood by us. And I said at the outset that I would give you 3 questions and give you 3 answers in turn. And my first question is thus, taking into consideration the points I've raised so far. The first question is, how can we in security, first question, what can we do in diplomatic, military, and security sphere, or in these issues, induce change on the part of hardliners in the United States, so that hardliners in the US could be persuaded. And by persuading, I mean first the hardliners in the United States should understand what DPRK takes most seriously. We should make hardliners understand that it is important for North Korea to be assured that there will be no regime change from the United States. That is the most pressing issue for the DPRK, and that requires a very bold decision on the part of the United States, promising North Korea that the United States would not induce a regime change of the DPRK. Second question, and this pertains to the nuclear deterrence. From 2018, North Korea became much more forthcoming in promoting peace. So would then North Korea embarked on a path towards peace process, completely renouncing its nuclear arsenal? Would North Korea make such move? We should think about the possibility or lack of it. Third, concerns the Korean Peninsula peace process or declaring end to the Korean War. How can we pull off such achievement, assuming it is possible? These are the 3 questions that I wanted to raise. In answering the first question, and I will keep my answer brief. There are a lot of vested interest in U.S. foreign policy circles or military-industrial complex in the United States, and such vested interest existed in the past. It is existing now, and it will be there going forward as well. We would not read too much into, of course, the influence of industrial or military complex, but we should be mindful of that. And the U.S. is concerned that North Korea might put a nuclear warhead on top of its ICBM and directly attack the continental United States. And the maximum pressure is failing to deliver results. If anything, North Korea is building up its nuclear arsenal. So what would the United States do? Would the United States give up talking with North Korea? Would the United States continue to persuade North Korea that it should give up its nuclear weapon? But I think just talking to North Korea that it should denuclearize, that the United States would not change North Korea's leadership, would not persuade or convince North Korea that it is safe to denuclearize. There will be a new administration in the United States after the election, and the need for negotiation, for dialogue is clear to all parties, including the United States, North and South Korea. And freezing North Korea's WMD, nuclear arsenal, is the most pressing issue. That is what we should do first and foremost. And China, I think, can persuade North Korea that it should freeze its nuclear weapons program. Then would North Korea give up its nuclear weapon? That is not an easy question to answer. First, United States should say that it announced that it would give up a regime change, and it should offer concrete proof to North Korea that it is prepared to peacefully coexist with North Korea, or to borrow North Korea's terms, United States should renounce its hostile policy against North Korea. That is North Korea's demand. The removal of hostile policy of the United States, that is demand continuously made at the Singapore and Hanoi summit. And to what degree we are successful in persuading the United States that the United States should renounce its hostile policy will determine the degree of success we can expect in this denuclearization issue. Of course, there is some room, I think, for Korea to persuade the United States, because if North Korea continues to build up its weapon, it will not serve the interests of the United States. And we should also consider the influence of China. And for the DPRK, it might be desirable for us to escape from the influence of China and reach out to the United States. So through negotiations, it can declare an end to war, sign a peace treaty, and embark upon a path toward economic development to make itself less dependent on China. And such effort has been made as early as since early 1990s, and we have seen a recurrent pattern of nuclear weapons development and economic development. Since then, there were a series of summits between the two Koreas, and even between the US and DPRK. Singapore agreement was reached, and this is the conscious strategy of North Korea to make itself less reliant on China. So the DPRK cannot afford to give up its relationship with the United States. So I think there is another room that creates another room for Korea to persuade the United States that it can reach out to the DPRK, and declaring an end to the war is a message, I think, or the request that the US should declare an end to the war, I think, from the DPRK is essentially a message to the next administration. And the point of the message from North Korea is that the new negotiation over denuclearization should start again. And this is a problem about denuclearization and peace regime. And there were the end of war declaration was contained in the Singapore summit. So we should rekindle the spirit of Singapore Declaration and Panjam Declaration. So our starting point should be declaring an end to the Korean War, and that is at least the signal from North Korea to the United States. I apologize for spending too much time. And our next panelist was supposed to be Tadadoshi Akiba, but due to the time constraints, I'd like to invite Chiang Yi-jin to speak. So I tried to give you a broad framework when I spoke previously, and Korean Peninsula can be viewed holistically as well. Situation of the Korean Peninsula can be viewed from a broader framework, and most of the panelists were interested in North Korea's denuclearization, and a very important issue, I think, has been raised. A lot of participants are saying that declaring an end to the war, building a peace regime, signing a peace treaty will convince North Korea it will be safe to give out nuclear weapons, but I beg to differ, because denuclearization is much more challenging than that. Because whether you are having a nuclear weapon would make an enormous difference to North Korea. So it would not be an easy choice for North Korea to give up or let go its nuclear arsenal. So without a very strong incentive, North Korea will not give up its nuclear weapon. That is the first assumption that we should make first and foremost. And what are the North Korea's most pressing issues? Clinging to its nuclear weapon and at the same time developing its economy are, I think, the dual goals of North Korea, developing both its nuclear weapons and developing North Korea, developing its economy. And North Korea, Kim Jong-un is different from Kim Jong-il, and Kim Il-sung. Because he is very aware of the need to promote the well-being of North Korean citizens. That is a very important task for Kim Jong-un, and he is taking the importance of economic development very seriously. That is a departure from Kim Jong-il and Kim Il-sung. So the more need there is for economic development, the more room there is for us to persuade North Korea that it should denuclearize, but a complete denuclearization, it may not be feasible. We may have to adjust our goals in relation to North Korea. And the first step would be, I think, and it is trying to create a dual structure between separation between political and economic issues. We are currently subjecting North Korea to sanction, but we are not thinking very hard about what economic interest North Korea will have. What economic inducement can bring about change in North Korea. We are just imposing sanctions trying to subjugate North Korea. But I don't think it will work necessarily. While the United States and neighboring countries are not policies of the United States and other countries are not aligned. They're adopting different policies, not least Russia. And Korea has some policy differences with the United States as well. And in that sense, the sanction would not be terribly effective. So if we complete denuclearization can be a long-term goal, but it is not feasible in the short term. If we fail to perceive this, denuclearization may be an increasingly distant prospect. And we have to build a kind of an institutional structure that might stimulate North Korea's economic development. And the more North Korea is economic development, the more prepared it may be to give up its nuclear weapon. That is a structure institutional structure that we should create in the long term, instead of resorting to sanction on which we are too much reliant at the moment. So that is the suggestion that I would like to make. There are some wisdom or rationale for imposing sanction, but it may not be our only option. There may be other solutions, and those alternatives must be considered and thought about by interested parties. First, we should get an accurate picture of interest at stake by different parties, and again, we should separate economic and political problems. And Pamyeon S님 suggested that we should think about what interest will be created by building peace on the Korean Peninsula. However, we are not taking very seriously the interest that will be generated by promoting peace on the Korean Peninsula. For example, I have claimed again and again in China that unified Korea would serve the interest of China. An argument, however, which is not always accepted by my Chinese friends. For example, a rising Korea would not serve the interest of people of the Republic of China. That is what I hear from my Chinese colleagues. So even this alone, for this reason alone, China may not be forthcoming to unified Korea. So that speaks to the very divergent interest at play, which means that a unified Korea may have a lot of influence and redefine the interest of relevant parties. We should think about that. And if we, so those were the suggestions that I made. Thank you for listening. And I'd like to invite Akiba.
열기가 힘들어서.
Yes, I'd like to ask you for understanding because it takes a while for us to do this connection, establish this connection. So if you can...
Was not conveyed to you toward the end, or first of all, it's not clear to me whether you saw the PowerPoint presentation that was conveyed to you. Do you hear?
I didn't see.
Yes, I think we only saw the first page of the PowerPoint. and we were not able to see the rest of the presentation, but you can rest assured because we do have your material in front of us. They provided booklets, so we were able to follow your presentation.
Fine. Let me re-emphasize the importance of cities and citizens. Okay, basically the discussion, accepting the larger framework, were at the level of nation states and people concerned with the sort of disarmament or armament, race level. But what I tried to emphasize was that, after all, many of us live in a still democratic society, and it's the people's will, in general terms, that more or less, carry our society and the world into the right direction. For example, Dr. Cho mentioned Steven Pinker's The Better Angels of Nature, which in 800 pages outlines that the human race has had the history of declining violence on all fronts. And that has been done by the popular collective popular will. And it is important at this point for us also to focus on creating the worldwide, popular will, toward peace, and especially within East Asia. For example, the Hanoi Accord between Trump and Kim Jong-un was reached but did not materialize. But we actually saw that in 1986 between Reagan and Gorbachev. They decided in Reykjavik that they would get rid of all nuclear weapons. But because of the so-called hardliners, bureaucrats, technocrats, sacred class of those people sabotaged it. But there is a difference between 1986 and now. We have the Nuclear Weapons Ban Treaty, which will soon become effective by the standard of international law. And that's a significant accomplishment. And actually, 1996 advisory opinion by the International Court of Justice claiming that nuclear weapons are generally against international law. That was also a great accomplishment. And although those things actually have not eliminated nuclear weapons, by now, but by inch, we are making a progress toward no nuclear weapons world and more peaceful world. And I believe that we should value the accomplishment that the human race has made so far. And based on that confidence and history, we should build more. So what I'm trying to suggest by the Northeast Asia nuclear weapons free zone is that the three countries, DPRK, ROK, and Japan, sort of pool the resources together from the citizens level, if not the government's level. And I'm not really sure how we can reach cities within DPRK, but by citizens, hands sort of put together and approaching US rather than the current way of looking at the United States as a boss and trying to sort of gain the position of the number one favorite, for example, between Korea and Japan. We should, pool our resources together, and Korea and Japan should become the major player, sort of trying to talk with the US on an equal basis. And, such an idea, has been promoted at the citizens level all these years, not necessarily the government's level. And that is what we could accomplish. That first of all, people just don't know that there is such an idea as Northeast Asia nuclear weapons free zone, which is a very natural and rational proposal from the point of view of those who have been working to create a nuclear weapons free world, to eliminate nuclear weapons. And so that natural choice, should be shared by more people, and that pressure will eventually, change society and the government. And what I'm proposing is that, at least let's share that that such an idea exists, and it is a good idea. Whether you can accomplish it within 10 years or 20 years. I mean, that's a separate question, but it is a rational and a good idea in order to create the world without nuclear weapons. And certainly that's the wish of the Hiroshima citizens and those people who perished by the atomic bomb in 1945 and afterwards. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 말씀하시는
Yes, thank you very much. You've mentioned this nuclear weapon-free zone in Northeast Asia, and you've said that for us to try to really harness this vision and make it come true, that even in Japan, we would be able to bring about the change from the bottom up, that there was grassroots sort of participation, and it will be the people who will make their voices heard. Perhaps if you can tell us exactly on some concrete measures on how we can pull these efforts from the public, some concrete measures on that as well. And can you also talk about some of the issues between Korea and Japan, the forced labor, wartime forced labor disputes, and the GSOMIA Intel Pact, and the comfort women issue? What is the Suga administration's idea to solve these historical issues? Is Prime Minister Suga committed to resolving these issues? And also in your presentation, you mentioned that the Japan's self-defense forces could potentially be transitioned to deal with natural disasters. So if that actually happens, what is going to happen with the USFJ, the U.S. forces in Japan? What are your thoughts on that? Can you please elaborate on that as well, Mr. Mayor, while the lines are still open?
Okay, thank you for those questions. I don't think I have enough time to answer all those questions, but let me mention something about the Suga administration. That the one big bomb he has thrown toward all of us in Japan is that he has decided not to appoint 6 members from the list of 105 suggested appointees for the Science Council of Japan. Science Council of Japan is the highest academic organization in Japan that represent all the researchers and scholars in Japan. So that infringes on the well-recognized constitutional clause, that's 23, that guarantees the freedom of academic research. And he has not answered, why he has done it. He has not given any reasons, for that. So it seems to me that Japan is approaching George Orwell's 1984, even at this time. So when you're given a situation, and that kind of atrocious action was not taken even by the Abe administration. So in a sense, Suga is bolder, in terms of pursuing the more reactionary policies, and by trying to put, turn the clock back to the pre-1945 mentality. And I don't suppose that's would embrace any of the problems that you mentioned between Korea and Japan. And So that's one thing. Another thing is that concrete measures from the bottom up have been seen in Scotland, as I mentioned. Scottish independence movement was a culmination of cities declaring themselves nuclear weapons free. And within the city, it is not that difficult, to get people together to declare itself a nuclear weapons-free municipality. And when all the cities within Scotland decided to agree on that, then geographically, Scotland itself is already nuclear weapons-free. And Scottish independence movement was designed to make that legal, institutionally valid by referendum, by gaining independence. So there is a very good example of people building from bottom up to sort of move one region, Scotland, to gain independence, to sort of accomplish the goal of freeing themselves from nuclear weapons. So that's, well, the effort didn't really materialize, but such an effort, has been successful, at least in executing the referendum. And I'm sure more efforts such as this will follow. And I believe that more good results would be added to the Scottish independence movement in terms of people's will, moving a larger picture at the end.
네, 감사합니다. 오늘 수고 많이 하셨습니다.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
진장희 교수님.
Professor Jinjangi, you mentioned U.S.-China rivalry or sanctions on Huawei from the U.S. government, and this situation is left unaddressed, then this might have the influence on the regional security situation. So for China, cooperating with Korea technologically and economically might be a very important issue, a pressing concern for China, as it is being subject to retaliation from the United States. Or China might be concerned that Korea, ROK, would be a forward base of attacking or challenging China. So how does China read the situation on the Korean Peninsula? It might have ambivalent posture or mixed view, or it may be in a dilemma in relation to the Korean Peninsula. There was a row over some public statements made by BTS. What do you make of this? Thank you. So you raised a very sensitive, a touchy and complex issue, and it is sensitive because first, we should take into consideration the interests of the United States, China, and ROK. And for China, Korea carries a great symbolic significance. For example, if China enlists Korea in challenging the U.S., it might be taken very seriously by the United States. And if Korea is not very cooperative to U.S. policy against China, then this might be interpreted very seriously by China. So Korea's policy may be very important to both the United States and China. And you mentioned the sanctions against Huawei and other tech companies. And the United States is forcing or compelling Japan or Korea to be on its side, which is, again, a very viewed sensitively by China. And the United States is pressuring many Chinese businesses with no legal justification, with no legal ground. The pressure put on Chinese businesses just stem from the concern or anxiety over the growing power of China, which makes pressures put by United States on China very questionable. However, we are at an impasse. We are stuck in a deadlock. There are little short-term solutions that we can resort to. And U.S.-China tension has put Japan, Korea, and other European countries at a very awkward position because all of these countries are stuck in a row between the U.S. and China. And all countries are indeed involved in this U.S.-China rivalry. And we should do as much as possible to navigate the current challenge and try to engage in serious discussion on what institutional framework will serve the interest of all countries. Because the pressure put on Chinese businesses laid bare many institutional problems that have existed so far. China was a socialist country and later embarked upon market reform. And to what degree China became a market economy, it can be a topic of a very serious discussion, and that relates to how much we should be ready to embrace China as a market economy. So we would be committed to finding solutions to the ongoing questions or issues instead of just resorting to the an all too easy option of just blindly imposing sanction on Chinese businesses. And instead of therefore using trade retaliation measures, all countries, all parties should put their heads together and talk with each other. And as I've said, United States was an uncontested superpower in the past. However, this geopolitical structure is no longer tenable. I'm not saying that China should replace U.S. as a hegemonic power. A new structure, global order, should be written by all countries with the support of the United Nations. And thereby we can reach a consensus to build a peaceful and democratic order. The United States took leadership in building a new order, so the existing world order was built with U.S. military might, which, however, also means that such order could be dismantled, destroyed by military might. So we should escape from this trap or existing structure. Thank you. And I think now I'd like to invite Venerable 법륜스님 to say a few words.
한 번만 더 발언의 기회를 저희들한테 주시면 좋겠습니다.
동아시아
So I think that the 6 countries in Northeast Asia, including the U.S., have some level of conflict or dispute with one another. But I think that one of the biggest issues is the DPRK issue, which revolves around the WMDs, including nuclear weapons, and also, secondly, the economic difficulties faced by the North Korean residents. And I think that that is really the big issue, the biggest issues in Northeast Asia. One of them is a national security issue, and another is a human security issue regarding the livelihood of the North Korean residents. And we have to take a two-track approach to solving both of these issues. But I think that from the outside, many people say that there will be no support unless DPRK gives up its nuclear weapons. I think for the DPRK, there is this level of a paradox because we want to solve this issue both at the same time. The DPRK leader, as a new leader, wants to try to have more economic development for its people. And the other countries are trying to align that with denuclearization. So if the other parties are going to ask DPRK to give them nuclear weapons, and then we're going to offer economic development, I don't think that that is going to be feasible from the point of view of Kim Jong-un. So if we cannot have that ideal condition, then maybe the next step is to at least prevent the proliferation of nuclear weapons, at least to stop DPRK from continuing to develop more weapons, even if we cannot get the existing weapons destroyed. So I think that we have to try to repair relations between DPRK in the US and DPRK in Japan to try to bring about nuclear freezing. And that is the first thing that we must do, instead of just dragging out time, because that is only going to make it difficult for us to solve this issue down the road. And then there is this fight for survival of the North Korean residents. We have to think about lifting the sanctions in return for a phased dismantlement of the nuclear weapons. I don't think that that is impossible. If a DPRK wants to develop its economy along with developing its nuclear weapons, we cannot just keep pointing to them and saying that that's bad and you're going rogue. But instead, we have to take the smarter approach and try to make them give up the nuclear weapons, even if they don't want to give them up. The first approach that we can take is to start war, or secondly, we can ignore what's going on, or thirdly, to try to negotiate with them to allow for a phased dismantlement approach. Really, the only card that we can choose is this third card. Even if we don't like it, that's the only thing that we can do to try to engage DPRK negotiations for a phased dismantlement of its nuclear weapons program. And that is something that I want to tell the ROK government, because with regards to the U.S. issue or the DPRK issue, and when I say U.S. issue, I'm saying that we need to have some more measure of autonomy to try to have pursue our policies, and to do so, the ROK government, the ruling party, has to embrace the opposition party even more. But I don't think that the current ruling party understands how severe this issue is right now. These are the different tasks that lie ahead of us, and we have to do our best to try to resolve these issues going forward. And that is what I would like to say.
Thank you. So that concludes our conference today, which featured many presentations and discussions, and which addressed certainties and uncertainties and important issues and agendas. And the certainty is that the current order is undergoing change, which may sow the seeds of building a new order, and that new order may be metaphorically a son or a daughter or a completely new entity. Recently, there was a very famous, well-known, highly regarded singer called Nahuna in Korean. He is quite aged, but he staged a very impressive performance, and he also left a very memorable observation. He said that instead of letting the time define us, we should take ownership and be more active in our life. So we should not let the transformation change us, but so instead of just passively reacting to change, we should be more proactive. We should be more forward-looking on the spirit of compassionate cooperation and engagement. Sowing the seed of such cooperation would help us to pay rich dividends later on, so that we can pick up the fruits of our collective endeavor. And I hope that the sessions today allowed you to look far ahead, so that we could overcome temporal and spatial constraints. And if we should open our door, our front door, not the back door, if we want to embrace and adapt to the future. And we have seen an exchange of insights and wisdom on the future of the Korean Peninsula in the new Korean Peninsula regime. I'd like to express my word of thanks to the four panelists, and I am grateful for the lively and passionate discussion we have seen among 4 panelists, all of whom agreed that we should embark upon a cause of building peace and prosperity on the Korean Peninsula. That is our collective aspiration, and thank you for being so patient and being with us till the end of this conference. And I think now we can conclude our session and conference today. Thank you. Thank you for being with us for such a long time. Again, a big round of applause to all the panelists and moderator. And that concludes our event today. And I hope to see you again through other occasions. Thank you.
영상 저 끊어 주셨나요? 예, 영상 소식 끊 예예. 예, 지금 저 저녁이 준비되어 있고 저녁 식사
And dinner has been prepared, but before we head for dinner, we will take a group photo commemorating